Afternoon, everybody. You are looking at the skyline of Dallas, Texas. It's a rainy Saturday, and we're coming to you live from John Kincaid Stadium in Dallas, where we're less than 30 minutes away from kicking off the Class 5A Division I semifinal matchup between the top-ranked and unbeaten Longview Lobos and the second-ranked Aledo Bearcats. First time the two schools will ever have faced off, and the prize this afternoon is a spot in the 5A Division I state championship game next Saturday morning at AT&T Stadium. I'm Chuck Zach along with Tony Kirk. We're looking forward to a clash of the Titans on a rainy afternoon here in Dallas. Not raining yet. Will be raining soon, however.
Well, a week from today, the Class 5A State Championship takes place down the road just a few miles at Jerry's World, or does it? Does it take place this afternoon here at John Kincaid Stadium, where, as you said, 1 and 2 face off here in the semifinals?
Yeah, it's the only regret about playing this week. They're playing a week too early. If everybody could have gotten it right, these two may have played next week, but they're on the same side of the playoff bracket, and so Lobos and Bearcats are showing off and showing down this afternoon. Last week, Aledo was a winner over Burleson Centennial, 42-21. Team they'd beaten 7 weeks ago by 34 points, actually 43 points. Not quite as lopsided a win, but still a game that gets them to the state semifinals for the 12th time in the past 14 seasons. They are in 5A Division I for the first time after they had last season lost in the playoffs to eventual state champion South Oak Cliff. Now they've moved up now to 5A Division I, and starting the season they were number 3 in the state. They have held on to well, not early. They lost their first 2 games of the year. They lost to Dallas Parish Episcopal in week 1. Those guys won the TAPS Division I state championship last week. And then Denton Geyer they lost to in week 2. They're at the moment unbeaten and are sitting as a semifinalist in 6A Division II. They worked their way back up into the top 10, and now after everything is shaken out, they're 12-2, and they're number 2 in the state of Texas.
Well, if you look at Aledo's run to this game, probably their most difficult playoff game was a couple of weeks ago at Midlothian. Rather strange that they played a playoff game at the school or the stadium of the opponent, but that's how it worked out that week. They went in and faced a very tough Midlothian Panther team, came out of there with a 21-14 victory.
And we'll talk more about the last week playoff game for the Bearcats, but for the Lobos, junior running back Taylor Tatum, 220 yards from scrimmage last week, 186 of that on the ground. He scored 5 touchdowns. He touched the ball more than 30 times. Lobos, who were trading punches back and forth with Mansfield Timberview for about 2.5 quarters, finally flexed their muscle a little bit in the end of the third and the beginning of the fourth quarter, and walked their way off to a 16-point win. And Taylor Tatum was so impressive last weekend, by the time we got to Monday, he was getting an offer from the University of Texas.
Yeah, Steve Sarkeesian was on the sideline last week, he along with Coach Flood, the offensive line coach, who was actually there to see a commit from Timberview. By the time they got through watching that ball game, they had no doubt that they needed to make an offer to the Longview Junior.
Last week, a little bit nerve-wracking if you're a Lobo fan. We're waiting for where will the Lobos finally going to take control of this game. First half, their defense, they got a fumble in the first series that they recovered and scored, but it was touchdown, touchdown, punt. Second half, they gave up a touchdown on the first drive, and then it was turnover on downs, end of the ball game. Lobo offense in the second half, touchdown, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, their first 4 drives. That broke a 14-14 tie and gave them the 37-21 win. That 21 points, by the way, scored last week by the Wolves of Timberview, the most scored against the Lobos all season.
Well, Timberview was a quality opponent. We were not sure coming in if they were overranked. They were not. They were a quality opponent, outstanding ball club, huge offensive line. And I tell you what, Longview had their hands full, but they showed some real grit. They took some punches on the chin, came back in the second half of that ball game, took it over, and walked out of there with a trip to the state semifinals.
It is 70 degrees here at John Kincaid Stadium. We are expecting about a 50% chance of rain probably by about kickoff. That chance of rain is going to increase probably to about 60% and may include lightning between 3 and 4 o'clock. So we are hoping to get this thing in with no delays. We are sitting in an outside venue, obviously. We are worried about the weather, but we're going to play some football either way. And the Lobos are pretty comfortable here at Kincaid. Since 2008, this is their 13th appearance at John Kincaid Stadium. They are 11-1. The only loss was 2019. They lost to Dallas Jesuit 27-25. That was an area-round game that ended an 11-0 season, and it snapped a Lobo 27-game winning streak. But they've been here already this season. They beat Frisco Lone Star 38-17 in the area round, so they've gotten rid of the bad mojo.
Yeah, this stadium built by the Dallas Independent School District about almost 20 years ago is sitting just south of I-20. You saw the view of the skyline. You're basically in DeSoto when you're at this particular venue.
The Lobos are 5-4 in state semifinal games. They're 3-2 under John King. For John, the wins came in 2008. They beat Denton Guyer, lost to Lake Travis in the championship before a Division I. Next year, repeated. Exact same thing. Beat Denton Guyer, lost to Lake Travis. Lost in 2010 to Denton Guyer here in the state semifinals. Lost to Waco Midway in 2017. 2018, it all came together. Beat Amarillo Tascosa, and then won the state championship over Beaumont Westbrook. So 3-2 for Coach King in this round of the playoffs, and pretty good week for Coach King as well. Not only this past week does he pick up the victory, his 212th of his career, but he also gets another honor as the American Football Coaches Association Regional Power of Influence handed him an award, or at least a nomination for an award. He was one of the 5 coaches to get the award for Regional Coach of the Year. Now he's aiming to be the National Coach of the Year. They'll announce all those things on the first week of January.
Well, the good news if you're a Lobo fan, you talked about those 2 Lake Travis losses. Garrett Gilbert has no more eligibility, and so we don't have to worry about him anymore taking any titles away from the Lobos, but an awful good Aledo team. We know what they've done in the past. If you talk about Texas football the last 20 years, they are kind of the history of Texas football the last 20 years.
Yeah, Aledo won the 3-5A district championship. That is district title number 15 in a row. They have won now what is a national record 111 consecutive district ball games. They haven't lost a district game since 2007. And they made at least a first-round playoff win for 26 consecutive years. We knew when the Lobos clinched their playoff berth, it was 22nd in a row. Bearcats have won at least a first-round playoff game 26 years in a row.
But we're here. Longview's been number 1 all year. That wasn't by accident. The writers, everybody who covers the football in the state of Texas has had great respect for the Lobos going all the way back to the summer. No surprise they're here. And to be honest, no surprise Aledo's here.
No, to be honest with you, you're right. The winner of this gets the winner, and it's later on this evening between College Station and Corpus Christi Veterans Memorial. They'll play at 11 o'clock next Saturday at Jerry's World for the state championship in 5A Division I. So that's what's at stake today as we get ready in about 15 minutes to kick off the state semifinal in 5A Division I. By the way, we are so glad you're watching us here on Longview ISD, our presentation of Lobo football and our matchup against the Aledo Bearcats.
Yeah, very grateful to Longview ISD for putting this on for the Lobo fans around the world. As they can tune in from anywhere today, go into the Longview website, and for the school district to take the time and put forth the effort to offer this free broadcast to Lobos all over the world.
Worldwide. How about playoff looks at how they've gotten here? Lobos came into the playoffs 10-0. They won their bi-district game against Crosby 49-15. They won the area round against Frisco Lone Star in this building 38-17. Beat Port Arthur Memorial down in Lufkin 51-7, and then were a winner last week over Mansfield Timberview 37-21. For the Bearcats, their bi-district game was a 37-0 shutout of Killeen Shoemaker. They beat Lubbock Cooper 45-21 in the area round. Midlothian, you already mentioned, they won over the team from Midlothian 27-21, and then last week Burleson Centennial rematch of a district game. They win 42-21. So that's how they got here for this matchup. And they've never played each other, which is kind of interesting and unusual that you think that two powers like this may have either played themselves in a regular season game, but they weren't at the same level, but may have scheduled a non-district game to maybe see, you know, we're looking for a good opponent, we're looking for a power football team, we're trying to test ourselves. They've never seen each other.
Very unusual, two powers like this having not seen each other. That's what makes this afternoon, in my mind, so special. And I tell you what, the matchup I'm looking forward to is that Longview defense. versus Aledo's offense. In watching some film this week on Aledo, I came away with great respect, A, for their coaching staff and the way they prepare them, but B, just the execution of Aledo's offense. They have a quarterback who, if you want to watch a zone read offense being run correctly, just watch their young quarterback. He is so smooth in the operations and just seems to make the appropriate read almost every single time.
His name's Haas Haney. He doesn't spell it that way. It's spelled Hejny. It looks like Hedgeny, but it's actually Haas Haney. Haney's just a junior. He's 5'11", 185 pounds. He's already got offers from UNT, from TCU, and from Nebraska, so he's going to play at the next level. He was a receiver up until this year. He had not played quarterback at the high school level, but he got this job in the early part of the season. Obviously, struggled a little bit, found his pace really against Centennial in the first matchup. He went off on that game, more than 400 yards of offense. And here's his numbers. He's 99 for 158 throwing the football, about 63% completion rate. Thrown for 1,831 yards, 18 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. But those numbers pale compared to what he's doing on the ground. 94 carries, 1,073 yards, 13 touchdowns. And that's where he is most dangerous. Probably not throwing the football. He's got good numbers. He's got really scary numbers running the football.
Well, what makes him so good on the ground, he's got an excellent running back that if you don't worry about the running back, he will hurt you with his feet. It's a dual threat. He's a dual threat quarterback, but the real dual threat of this offense is that quarterback and that running back.
Yeah, and that running back is number one. He's Hawk Patrick Daniels, or just Hawk Daniels. 169 carries, 1,208 yards, 19 touchdowns. He's averaging about 7 yards a carry. He's one of about a three-headed monster because they have two other tailbacks who combined for about another 1,000 yards. Caleb Pope, a junior, has run for 509 yards, and Ryan Cox, a senior, has run for about 440 yards. So you've got the quarterback with 1,000, you got the tailback with 1,200, you got the next two running backs with about 1,000. Do the quick math, and you got more than 3,000 yards of rushing offense, almost 4,200, 4,300 yards of offense.
And having watched Longview play all year, you suspect that those two running backs behind him have gotten so much yardage because they set their starters a lot in the second half.
Right.
And so when you talk about a running back with 1,200 yards, I suspect it's very similar to Tatum in the fact that he's getting to rest a lot in the second half of blowouts. And that's when those backup guys get in there and they get their combined 1,000 yards.
Well, the middle of the season, they had wins 49-20, 55-20, 73-7, 52-7, 68-0, 64-21. You're getting a lot of second-team guys in there and backups who are getting lots of minutes in second half of games.
Yeah, so you may not be impressed with 1,200 yards, but I promise you most of that came in the first half of ball games. And a lot of times he had a seat in the second half, just like Taylor Tatum.
The guy that Haney's going to look for is number 11. That's Jalen Pope. He's got about 1,000 yards rushing, 11 touchdowns on 52 catches. He averages about 18 yards a reception, and every one of their receivers averages between 18 and 20 yards a catch. So while you focus on that running game, they don't throw a ton, 99 completions, but they get about 20 yards every time they complete one. The other guy to keep an eye on, number 18, that's Caden Finley. Caden Finley is a freshman. The last name sounds familiar.
As a Packer fan, it should sound familiar to you.
Yeah, well, as a college football fan in the state of Texas, from the Longhorns, should sound familiar to you.
Yeah, if you've come from the, say, East Texas Dieball area, you might know Jamichael Finley, and that's his dad.
It is indeed, and he's got 19 catches, 20-yard average, so 19 catches, 6 of those touchdowns. He's a guy that finds the end zone, and he's already got, imagine that, a standing offer at UT.
Yeah, I'm sure they can give him his dad's old locker down there. But it's going to be a great matchup, a lot of pressure. You hear the horn, and you hear the crowd, and you can see the Lobos coming onto the field.
Here come the Lobos, and we started talking about this defense. This defense is going to be huge today. They've not given up more than 21 points all season. The second half of games, I believe the combined number of points is 29 in the second half of games all year long. They have 70 sacks. They have 20 interceptions. They didn't get a pick last week because the one they got was called back by a penalty. It snapped a streak of 13 straight games with an interception, second longest in the school's history. So this defense, led by those front six, Billy Smith, LaQuavion Jackson, Amarian Watkins, Ethan Pulte, Jordan Wright, and Zarius Shepard, have been the difference all year long. We've gotten an upgrade from Jeremiah Rugeley, who's played so good the last 10 weeks. Caden Brooks in the middle, along with Tadarian Boone, the Mr. Do-Everything. Tadarian needs one tackle to reach 100 for the season. He's got 4 interceptions, 9 sacks, 15 tackles for losses, 3 forced fumbles, 2 interceptions. It would have been 3 if they didn't call one back. Chase Smith, who just keeps coming up big in big games. 10 tackles against Lancaster in the most important district game, 9 last week in the win over the Timberview Wolves.
I tell you what, if you're Longview, you need those 6 guys that rotate in and out up front to keep that big offensive line of Aledo off Chase Smith, off Boone. They can make plays. Their speed at linebacker is phenomenal, but you got to keep the bigs off of them.
And it was maybe not the best game of the season for the secondary last week. J.K. Curry, Jaden Simmons, Buda Garrett, Willie Nelson struggled a bit last week, but we expect a bounce back from those guys, and they may be key today if things are going to go the Lobos' way. Captains are down middle of the field already as we get ready for the coin toss. For Longview, Tadarian Boone is one of those captains down there. He's joined by Fernando Longoria. Let's see who else we've got down there. A long way away, and they're kind of obscured for our view. 45, of course, that is Jeremiah Rugeley. And the fourth captain, I'm sorry, I'm blocked from him. But we've got the captains down there for the Lobos as we're getting ready to do the coin toss. And as soon as they started stepping out on the field, the wind started picking up, and it's getting cool.
I'll tell you what, it's like the flags turned, and all of a sudden the weather changed. Your officials for today's game: Ricky Heron III is your referee, Michael Washington's your umpire, Trey Hendon is the head linesman, Brandon Nunn is the line judge, Tyrone Fort is your back judge, David Hornell is your field judge, Nicholas McFall is your side judge. Those guys worked Carthage last night. They had the Carthage-Linrose game at the Star last night. They're back out here today for this one.
All right, well, the Lobos did not win the toss, but they will get the football. Taylor Tatum, by the way, was the last of the captains out there. I finally saw the number 2. Aledo wins the coin toss. They'll defer to the second half. The Lobos will get the ball to start as we get ready for the national anthem. Temperature has dropped quickly, about 5 or 6 degrees. Wind is picking up, and it is blowing hard out of the north right now. And the Lobos are going to have it in their face, it looks like, to start this game.
That may have something to do with what they come out in. You never know if the Lobos are going to come out in the spread or they're going to come out in the traditional I formation. This wind today may make them play more I formation, but then again, it may be what Aledo puts out in front of them defensively.
All right. They are getting all the particulars lined up for the national anthems. We're just a couple of minutes away from kicking off the state semifinal game. We'll be quiet for the national anthem. Anthem brought to you by the Aledo Bearcat Band. The Lobos are going to start with the ball on offense, so let's set you the starters before we get them out there. Starters for the Lobos. Longoria is going to be the left tackle, the 6 foot, 1 inch, 235-pound sophomore. Jacoby Watts will be next to him, 5'11", 235-pound junior. Tavion Morgan, the junior, is going to be at center, 5'10", 285 pounds. Martin Guerrero is the right guard. He is 6 foot, 250 pounds, and I believe he was the other captain, not Longoria out there. Jax Norman, the 245-pound senior, is going to be at right tackle. Angel Ramos, the senior, is at tight end. DK Reese, the 6'2 junior, is at one wide receiver. Of course, Jalen Hale, the 6 foot, 280-pound senior, at the other wide receiver. Elijah Johnson, the junior, is going to be at fullback. Taylor Tatum, the 6 foot, 195-pound junior, at tailback, and 6 foot, 190-pound senior Jordan Allen is the quarterback. We didn't even get to talk about the offense much in that pregame, but Allen went 5 for 5 last week, didn't make mistakes, and has led this team with 23 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on the season, and has got them in a position where they are playing in the state semifinals. On the other side for the Bearcats, their defensive line is 21 Christian Hillman, 32 Ansel Dinois, 92 Byron Wheeler, and 40 Lawson Moore. Linebackers are 20 Cap Mooney, 27 Andrew Parkhurst. Middle linebackers, number 3 Davon Keys. The corners are Chris Johnson, number 6, and Jaden Allen, number 2. Allen, a UT commit. Number 19 Boogie Williams is one safety, and Jake Gillespie, number 0, is the other. Gillespie's dad, Joe, happens to be the defensive coordinator at TCU, and he won himself a couple state championships at Stephenville when Art Briles was there. We're underway, the opening kick, and it will sail into the end zone. Lobos will bring it out to the 25-yard line, and we are underway here on Longview ISD.
Well, you didn't have to do much. We get that one up in the jet stream as that wind is really picked up from the north here just at kickoff, and so they got the kick up in the jet stream, and the Lobos will come onto the field at the 25. You talked about the offense. We didn't have a lot to say about it. Really keep in mind Elijah Johnson today. I would suspect that they're going to do a whole lot of keying on Taylor Tatum after last week's performance.
All right, first down and 10. Ball at the 25-yard line, and away we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, the right tackle bobbles.
We got a little bit of nervous movement before we get going.
Well, not surprised. You got both crowds. You saw some crowd shots earlier from Longview. The far side, which is a little smaller, is full up with Lobo fans. Bearcats brought a whole bunch of folks as well, and so no surprise with this crowd noise. We get a little bobble early.
First down 15. Reese is going to split out left. Hale's far side of the field. Taylor back to the backfield in motion with the yellow socks today. He'll get the handoff on first down and not much doing. A yard, maybe 2 to the 22-yard line, where it's going to bring up second down and 13.
Very similar set and play we saw to open up last week's performance against Timberview. They start out with Taylor Tatum in the slot, bring him into the backfield, run a little cross-buck counter play to him. Aledo had seen it a week ago. They were not surprised by it at all.
Same formation on second down. Now we're going to flip Taylor Tatum into the slot left. So they'll roll a safety his way. Back to pass, Allen. He's got some time. He's got a man, and it's in and out of the hands of Reese. Turned his head a little bit late getting that ball on top of him, and it'll bring up third down on the incomplete.
A week ago, we talked about the trust of the quarterback and the receiver. That time, he thought he had him right open, and he trusted Reese to be there. Unfortunately, as you described, Reese didn't get his head turned around fast enough, and the ball went off of him.
So third down, Lobos behind the chains early. Third down, 13. Bearcats, Chris Johnson's heading out towards Hale. On third down, back to pass. It's going to be a quarterback keeper. Allen spun out of the first tackle, couldn't get out of the second one. That is Lawson Moore with the sack back at the 19-yard lines, and the Lobos are going to have to punt.
Yeah, they lose 6 yards on the exchange, and unfortunately, they're going to have to punt down to the teeth of this wind.
And the wind is picking up. It was about 9 miles an hour. They have moved that wind now to about 13, 14 miles an hour. So a stout wind with a pretty good gust. As Michael Fields back at his 5-yard line. Here comes the kick, no rush. That thing hangs up in the wind. It turns over, but it'll be fair caught at the Lobo 47-yard line. Jake Gillespie with the fair catch. And the Bearcats are getting ready to come out on offense on the Lobo side of the field at the 46-yard line.
We expected Coach's son to make good decisions. That was a great decision that time by Jake Gillespie. You didn't want that to hit The air had blown it back. The wind had blown it back, and he knew he didn't want it to roll. He got up in there and called the fair catch, and they started in excellent field position.
So ball at the 46-yard line, nearly the 47. Oz Haney, the quarterback. He's back in the spread, and on first down, he's going to roll to his left. He's looking, he's not going to get away. There he is. Shepard's got him. He'll take him down at the 45, and a flag comes in way late on this after about a 9-yard loss.
Yeah, I'm afraid face mask on Shepard. He kind of got his hand up in there. It's unfortunate. Great job of covering the back in the flat. I think that was, let's see, that may have been Boone that got over there to cover him. It was Boone that got over there to cover the back. Shepard got to the quarterback, unfortunately got his hand up in the mask, and that's going to be the call on the play.
Yeah, so they'll mark off a 15-yard penalty. 2 penalties against the Lobos early, and they have both been costly penalties. The first one set them back on offense. This one moves the ball all the way down to the 31-yard line of the Lobos.
Make it a little too easy for Aledo here at the start. Need the defense to really step up. If you hold them to a field goal here, then you've won this series.
First down and 10-20 as the clock starts rolling again here in the first quarter. The 35-yard line. They've set 2 backs on the other side of Haney. He hands the ball off, and there's nothing going. Hawk Daniels stood up at the line of scrimmage. It'll be second down and 10.
Yeah, great interior push that time by the defensive line. They got up under there, got a hold of him. Daniels tried to elevate himself over the first tackler. He would have nothing to do with that, and they bring him down for no gain at all on first down.
Splitting out wide side of the field, Gavin Olenjack. He's number 22. In the slot is Pope. Wide on near side is Finley. Second down and 10. To the ground again. This time it's the quarterback, Haney. Boy, he got under a defender and makes his way out to the 25-yard line for a gain of 6 when that looked like it was nothing. Boone on the tackle.
Well, that's an example of how good this team is at the zone read. Haney holds that ball in there, holds that ball. When he saw a little gap, he pulled it back out, took off, got a nice gain. They got 2 downs to pick up the first here.
Shepard and Curry checking out of the game as they'll bring in Jackson on third down and about 4. They can get a first down at the 25-yard line. And he moves his back to his right and then hands it off to him. That is Pope, and there's nothing doing there. Shepard with the big play. Well, actually, excuse me, that is not. That is Jordan Wright with the big play. He'll stand him up for no gain, and now it becomes fourth down and 4.
Yeah, really no indication to consider the field goal kicker. So they've gone back out there with their offense on 4th and 4. A little surprise. Thought if they picked up a couple yards, they'd go for it. They didn't pick up anything. They're still going for it. Huge opportunity here for the Lobos.
Jordan Wright doesn't get a credit for a tackle for loss. He leads a team with, actually second on the team with 15. Lobos having issues. They're going to have to take a timeout, or they're going to have to get some personnel out. They still haven't set the ball, and that's because the Bearcats made some substitutions. That means the Lobos had to have a chance as well, and now the Bearcats have to take the timeout.
Yes, that was the answer to the answer. They saw formation, the Lobos, that they wanted to counter.
All right, tell you what, we'll take our first timeout. You're watching Lobo Football, presented by Longview ISD.
The smartest choice you can make for your child's future is Longview ISD. Longview schools go beyond the traditional to offer a complete education, creating lifelong learners. Longview ISD empowers your child to take on the world from their first day of school to graduation and prepares them for whatever career they may choose, offering all the benefits of private education without the cost. Educate yourself and choose Longview ISD.
All right, welcome back. 8:10 to play in the first quarter. Scoreless ball game. Big play early. 4th down and 4. Aledo at the Longview 25-yard line. Haney back in the gun. He's got 4 receivers. Pass rush coming. He's got some time. Pass a little high. Incomplete as it's off the fingertips of the intended target. That's the tight end Tyson Timms. And it's Lobos defense that again stands up, does the job, and they'll give the ball back to the offense, back at the 25-yard line.
Well, they had the right call. They came with an all-out blitz. They had both backers coming on the blitz. And unfortunately, Boone's a little shaken up, but they brought everybody they could and still maintained pass coverage. They had the slant called, but the safety got over in time to help defend it.
All right, first down, Lobos at the 25. So really the first two possessions did nothing, and Longview gets it where they intended to start. Handoff to Taylor Tatum on first down. He's going to go a little wide on the stretch play out to about the 33-yard line, where it'll be second down and 2.
Great lead block that time. I think that was, let me find out, 52 is Longoria out there making that lead block. Did a great job to get him as far to the outside as he could.
And remember, he's in because Mongo Williams got hurt. The sophomore has stepped up and been outstanding. And there is some thought that this guy may be the guy of the future, maybe one of the best offensive linemen they will have at this school. Second down and about 3 at the 32-yard line. First carry for Elijah Johnson. Probably should have gone forward. He tried to make one last cut, and he gets stopped just at about the 33-yard line, where it brings up 3rd and 2.
We talk all the time about his sidestepping ability. That time, you're right. He probably should have put the shoulder down and went and got to the sticks, but he was trying to stretch a little more out of it. So it's a tough 3rd yard and a half here for the Lobos.
Kincaid Stadium holds 15,000. I would bet you there's about 10 plus here right now. 6 minutes, 55 seconds and counting here in the first quarter. 3rd down and 2, 33-yard line. Handoff to Tatum. Nothing doing. He can't make any ground, as he may have got the 34, but even that's going to be generous. It's 4th down.
Just didn't get a good solid push. Taylor, coming from the big eye, was looking to make a read. There was really no running lane there for him, and got what he could out of it, but just an excellent defensive stand. We've seen 2 back-to-back now on short yardage situations, first by the Lobos and now by the Bearcats.
And the Lobos are going to punt. That was a win for the 260-pounders in the middle, Byron Wheeler and Ansel Dinois, as they held Taylor to nothing. Nobody back for the Bearcats. Punt is a rugby-style line drive, and it takes a great Lobo bounce, and maybe they grabbed it a little too soon at the 32-yard line. Could have bounced a little bit more, but they'll down it at the 32. They'll flip the field anyway, and they'll push the Bearcats back with 6:05 to play in the first quarter. So Fields went with a rugby style, which is something we don't see a whole lot from him.
Well, I think that's due to the wind more than anything.
It was a great result, though, as it goes all the way. They'll mark at 31-yard line for the Bearcats. So first down and 10, handoff up the middle, and squeezing out across the 35-yard line is Haney. As he'll pick up about 6 to the 37-yard line.
Wouldn't want to be the play-by-play guy today. This guy is just crafty with the way he will wait to the very last second and pull it out. That time he had the back going in the opposite direction, takes off upfield for a nice gain on first down.
So Haney for 6 makes it 2nd down and 4. And on 2nd down, he's going to pass this time. Hits Pope on the slant. He's stood up by Willie Nelson, but not until he gets a first down at the 48-yard line.
There ain't no hit like a Willie Nelson hit, my friend.
Yeah, Jalen Pope with his first catch. That's a gain of 11. First down, Bearcats up at the 48-yard line.
That's the same slant they tried to run on 4th down a while ago. No corner help that time. Safety had him by himself.
Well, they really drug him in by the play action. That was the key to that. So it's first down at the 48 now. Haney keeps it himself again, looking for some room to run, and again manages to squeeze out of what should have been nothing and goes for 8 to the 43-yard line of the Lobos.
It's almost like a draw play. He waits so long for the pocket to kind of part. He held on to the zone read as long as he could, not really reading the defensive end, just waiting for that opening in the middle of the field.
And where it looked like they had him, he just squeezed right out of there. So a couple of runs for Haney that have shown he's a strong young man with contact, 185-pounder, but we're struggling to get him to the ground early. He'll go back to the air now. He's in trouble, gets hit as he throws, and in and out of the hands of a potential interception. Lobos are losing their minds over what could have been a huge game-changing play, and unable to come down with that interception. Caden Brooks, he would have had a game changer early.
Well, that's those guys in the middle, aren't you? intercepted passes. But I tell you what, Shepard that time seemed a little hesitant after getting the face mask penalty early, but he eventually put the pressure on him.
Yeah, but they're beating the left tackle. Both Shepard and Wright have done it already early. Third down. This time it's a handoff up the middle, and they go again to the middle of the field. That is Devin Keys, the middle linebacker, who comes in for that very situation. He's got 37 carries, only a 3.5-yard average, but he's got 10 touchdowns. He's a short back goal line guy.
When you see a team go to the middle as much as they are, what they're really saying is we respect your speed on defense. We're not even trying to get to the outside. We realize how quick your linebackers are. We're going to continue to work the middle.
Third down and 2, they got 5. First at the 38-yard line now. Under 4 minutes to play. Haney going to roll to his right. This is a keeper the whole way as he, again, drags defender. Shepard's hanging on, trying to get some help, and finally they throw Haney down after a gain of another, 1 or 2 at the 37-yard line.
Great containment that time. They made sure this near side that we're on the home side, they kept him from getting to the outside, forced him back to the middle, and the help came from the other defensive end from the far side.
Second down and 9 at the 37. 3:23 and counting left here in the quarter. Scoreless ball game, state semifinals. Handoff on second down and a gain of 2. That's Hawk Daniels for a couple of yards. Tackle at the middle of the field by Omarion Watkins, and now it brings up third down as they gained about 2 yards.
Yeah, we talked about forcing them to the middle. Hawk Daniels is a speed back. He's not a big bruiser, so he's not going to run through a lot of people in the middle of that line. They're going to try to get him creases and let him bust the crease.
Olin Jack splitting out wide near side of the field. Finley's on the far side. Lobos have to hustle Jackson off the field and not have an extra man out there. Haney back to pass. This is pass all the way. He'll dump it off. That's caught by Timms, the tight end. He'll have a first down at the 26-yard line as he's upended by Willie Nelson.
They had held Timms in to help on the defensive end. You talked about they had been beating that left tackle. They keep Timms in almost like a sandlot play. At the last minute, he releases off when he realizes nobody's open downfield, gives them a safety valve. Well executed that time.
First down, 27-yard line. They're just marching down the field on this drive. 2:14 left in the quarter. They'll flip Daniels to Haney's left and then fake a handoff to him. Haney keeping it and hanging on is Tadarian Boone. No gain, second down.
Great job by Boone that time of reading, stepping into that hole where he's been getting his success, realizing that's where he's been making a living. Almost like a spy in a spread offense type formation. That time he's just reading off the zone read, taking that middle away.
They are moving the ball around. Daniels got 2 carries. Keys 1, Pope 1, Haney's got 5. Second down and 9, 27-yard line. Haney keeping it this time, again right up the middle. They're going to have to tackle better at the point of attack. 3 up there that time was a Chase Smith that hit him first, but again, Haney going forward, and they'll mark him all the way to the 22-yard line. He got a lot better spot than I thought.
Got a good spot, but Smith made a pretty good play. You're right, he didn't bring him down right away. The young man's tough to bring down, but Smith made the read right away. He's beginning to realize they're making a living between the guards, not just the tackles.
Third down, about 5 at the 22-yard line. Snap to Haney, hands the ball off. That's Keys. Keys trying to power toward a first. He's about 2 yards shy, maybe 3 yards shy at the 20-yard line.
Initial contact made by Rugley that time. Looks like maybe this time they're ready to settle for a field goal. After being stopped on 4th down previously, I think they've reconsidered. Now, you watched the kickers in the warm-ups, and you said they were better actually from the right hash for a left-footed kicker.
Now, this one's coming right down the middle. So they're going to use the senior Clay Morador, who's 12 of 14 on point afters. He has not made a field goal this year. This kick on the way, however, is good as he bangs that through from 27, make that 37 yards away. So it took us all the way to 13 seconds left in the first quarter. We get our first score, 3-0 Aledos. We'll take a timeout. You are watching Lobo football, the state semifinals, presented by Longview ISD.
The smartest choice you can make for your child's future is Longview ISD. Longview schools go beyond the traditional to offer a complete education, creating lifelong learners. Longview ISD empowers your child to take on the world from their first day of school to graduation and prepares them for whatever career they may choose, offering all the benefits of private education without the cost. Educate yourself and choose Longview ISD.
All right, welcome back. 13 seconds to play in the quarter. 37-yard field goal for the first score. 12 plays, 49-yard drive. Took 5.5 minutes off the clock, and we got lights on for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, I think the clouds are rolling in with the rain, so they went ahead and turned the lights on here at John Kincaid Stadium.
Murador to kick off again with the wind behind him. He bangs us all the way out of the back of the end zone, so the Lobos will take it over with 11 seconds left in the quarter at the 25-yard line.
Well, the Lobos have been up against it this entire first quarter. They've been facing the stout wind. They haven't got anything going offensively. But to their credit, they're only down 3-0 after a really bad first drive where they lost 6 yards, had a short punt. Then the second drive for Aledo was a little better, but they still kept them out of the end zone. I got to think if you're John King, you're feeling pretty good right now.
Kind of, yes. You want a little better contained middle of the field, and you want your offense to do something, because so far 2 drives have not done anything. First down, we'll see if we can start something to end this quarter. Handoff to Tatum. He gets in trouble in the backfield, and he's brought down, but that is Lawson Moore, number 40, who got there first and blew that thing up. And the first quarter is going to end with the Lobos again facing a second and long, 3-yard loss. We'll take the break. We're coming back. 3-0 Aledo here in the state semifinals, presented by Longview ISD.
Are you ready to get into teaching at Longview ISD? We're an innovative school district with modern campuses, high-tech teaching tools, and a challenging and diverse curriculum. Longview ISD proudly recognizes and rewards teaching excellence and offers professional growth and a generous salary and benefits package. But the number one reason to become a teacher at Longview ISD is this. Join our team today. Longview ISD, education with purpose.
All right, welcome back. We get ready for quarter number 2. Here's how the first half stats look. Lobos 6 plays. They have 3 yards. On the other side, Aledo's picked up 55 yards on their 2 drives. And, of course, the last drive was the one that got them points that mattered the most, and that made it a 3-0 ball game. If you're just joining us, appreciate you hopping on board. Our game today presented by Longview ISD, as we're so glad to be with you. If you couldn't make the drive down I-20, we're here for you today to try to get you to a trip to Jerry's World next Saturday. 2nd down and 13 at the 22-yard line. Jordan Allen with the wind behind him now, in some trouble, getting out of that trouble, and will go down at the 25-yard line. He gained 3, and it sets up 3rd down and 10.
And right away, they look downfield to try to find Jalen Hale. Jalen Hale was basically left out of the first quarter because of the wind in the face of the Lobos. As soon as they start the second quarter, he gets out there. They look for him downfield. Good job over the top help from the safety. Don't be surprised if they don't use Hale as a decoy this time and try to get underneath the Tatum.
3rd down and 10. And we got a flag again. Lobos had 2 first quarter penalties. They're going to pick up a 3rd here. As we have motion, it sets up 3rd and 15.
Yeah, and the worst part of that is not the 5-yard loss. They had exactly what they wanted on the far side. They had Hale wide out with the corner alone on him, and they had the Tatum in the slot with single coverage. They were going to have to make a safety choose. Do I help cover Hale or do I help cover Tatum? Somebody was going to be open with single coverage.
All right, we'll do it again. 3rd down 15, 11-10 to play, first half. They're going to go safe, hand off Tatum. He's going to get 4, and that's it. 4th and 11 coming up.
That time they brought Hale down to block, trying to spring Tatum to the outside. As you described it, a very safe 3rd down call. You've got the wind behind you with your punter now. What you're going to ask your defense to do is, if you can get good kick coverage, a long punt, you're going to ask your defense to get you the ball back in good field position.
Jake Valesky's back at his 40-yard line. Here's Fields' punt, no rugby style this time. He lets a wind carry, and a fair catch call it at the 33-yard line. So a booming punt again puts the Bearcats back on their side of the 50-yard line. But right now the offense is just stagnant. 5 carries for Taylor Tatum, 11 yards. That's as much as they've been able to do.
Well, I go back to the fact that they could not really pass in the first quarter of this ball game due to the wind. We will see now. Aledo had the wind, never really took advantage of it. We'll see if it makes them one-dimensional as well. Because to be honest, I sense the Lobo defense is about to figure out what they've been doing on the ground.
10:30 to play in the half. High snap. Haney gets it down and into the hands of his tailback, and Daniels is going to get to the 35-yard line before he is slammed backward. Billy Smith on the tackle, along with Jeremiah Rougeley, a gain of 2.
And what they're doing is, as we've described, running between those tackles out of respect to the team speed of the Lobo defense. They have not tried to get wide. Let's see here now if they try to get wide facing this wind.
2nd down and 8, 35-yard line. 4 receivers in the set this time for Aledo. Haney back to pass. 3-step, 4-step. Looking middle of the field. Has a man there. Tipped and intercepted. Picked off by the Lobos. It'll be at the 38-yard line. How about Tadarian Boone again? As the ball was in the tight end's hands, he got jacked in the middle of the field. A ball popped up, and it's tip drill time for Tadarian Boone, and the Lobos get the first big play of this football game.
I mentioned earlier when they were punting the football, John King went very conservative on 3rd down, said to his defense, go get us some good field position.
Well, they got it. The interception happens at around the 48-yard line. Boone returns it to the 39. 1st down for the offense. Handoff, Taylor Tatum. He goes through the middle to the 35-yard line. That was almost problematic. Allen had a long reach to get the ball to Tatum, and luckily that went forward for 3.
Yeah, it took a little timing off the play. Once again, when we started this earlier, Tatum's going to step off the field. He got his headgear removed on the play, so they're going to have to come back. They're going to stay with Johnson as the lone back, really bring in just a blocker to help him. May come back out in the gun because of it.
2nd down and 7. Lobos for the first time on the Bearcat side of the field. 9:22 left. Handoff. Johnson is trying to go right behind his lineman. He has a hand on the back of Martin Guerrero all the way as he escorts him to the 30-yard line, and it's going to be 3rd down and a yard.
Well, I mentioned Johnson in the intro. He may be a guy tonight because of all the attention being placed on Taylor Tatum that Johnson may have a huge game. Almost a horse collar on that play as the defender tried to reach up and grab Johnson from behind, thought better of it, released him, but it did slow him down for just a second.
Now, 3rd down and a yard. A couple of weeks ago, we saw the Lobos make a decision on 3rd and short to throw it. We'll see if they do here. And instead, they do not. Jordan Allen straight ahead, 1st down at the 28-yard line.
Well, a couple weeks ago, that was actually a little closer play, a little closer to the end zone. That, to me, was a no-brainer. Go get your 1st down, particularly as much as they've struggled on offense as they pick up really their first down of the game.
All right, so Angel Ramos coming back into the game. DK Reese checking out. They'll go with an extra big body out there on 1st down and 10. 8.5 left in the half. This is a fast-moving ball game. So far, knock on wood, the rain has held off. I formation, Taylor deep, 7 yards behind Allen, gets the handoff and squeezes his way to the 25-yard line, where it'll be 2nd down and 7.
Bearcats lucky. Somebody had a hold of an ankle. That looks like number 32 for them. That's
good luck with that.
Yeah.
Ansel Denois.
If you say so. But either way, had he not gotten a hold of the ankle, I'm not so sure touchdown Tatum might have had his first of the afternoon.
Tatum on the season, a whopping 1,840 yards and 33 touchdowns. He could use one now. Handoff to him. Oh, he stopped and waited and got himself to the 22-yard line. A little hesitation behind Elijah Johnson's block, and it got him 3 yards.
Well, it was actually a little bit of a delayed type handoff. They showed everything was pushing to the left on that, and on a little bit of a counter, they come back to the right side. As you described, Johnson was the lead blocker on it. Tatum was waiting for him to make the block, and he was trying to set the block up.
All right, 3rd down and 4. Ball at the 22. We're in that obvious 4-down territory, and you say obvious, maybe not the way this game is. Handoff to Tatum. And he will have the first down as he falls backward. It looks like across the 18-yard line, and now the official's waving. He's got the first down.
Yeah, left little doubt about it. He fell backwards to get the first. Typically, you see guys lay out on their front side to get a first down. Tatum laid out on his backside, but it was a huge first down now.
Lobos, since the turnover, have picked up a couple of firsts. The offense starting to get a little rhythm going. First down at the 18-yard line. Tatum out on this play. Johnson's the lone back. Jamerson Derensburg in at tight end. Will hand off to Johnson. Finds a little seam at left guard. There's a penalty, however, thrown back at the line of scrimmage, and this looks like a place for offensive holding.
Yeah, umpire threw the flag, and that's typically where you're going to get that holding call. Don't see a lot of holding downfield. That's what that was. That guard had already released down the field, and that's where the holding call, and that's a big one.
Yeah, and again, penalties are biting the Lobos right now. They'll mark them back to the 27-yard line, where third down just became third and long, and now not so much four down territory as it becomes a third down and, about 19?
Little surprised they came back out in the eye.
First down. All right, back to pass, Allen. He's got receivers crossing, waiting for Hale to come clear. Makes the catch, falls over the goal line. Touchdown, Lobos.
If you ever wonder what an outstanding Division I prospect receiver looks like, that's what they look like. Not a perfect pass. He had to wait up, go get it with two defenders around him, and he just took it away from him.
And Allen had to have time. Let's give that offensive line a lot of credit. He had to have time for Hale to clear, coming from the right side all the way across the field to the left. And when he got clear, here came the pass from Allen. He goes up and catches it over the defender and falls into the end zone for the score. Michael Fields for the point after. 7-3 Lobo lead with 5:49 to play in the first half. We'll take a break. You're watching Lobos football, the state semis, presented by Longview ISD.
An international baccalaureate diploma from Longview ISD can open a world of opportunity for your student. Longview ISD's IB program is a challenging alternative to traditional curriculums with a high rate of acceptance by top-tier universities. Success-oriented IB students achieve high academic standards and are prepared to help build a better world. Learn more about our international baccalaureate program at chooselisd.org. Longview ISD, education with purpose.
Welcome back. 5:49 left in the first half. Lobos 7 plays, 39 yards. Jalen Hale with the catch for his 15th touchdown reception of the season. And thank you, defense, for causing the turnover that gave the Lobo offense the short field. And they finally started to look like the Lobo offense on that drive.
Well, the momentum all changed on a 3rd and 15 on the previous drive when they didn't push the panic button, ran the football, and trusted their defense to get them back in the ball game.
And Jordan Allen throws his 24th touchdown of the season. Fields' kick goes into the end zone. They'll bring that out to the 25, and actually that's John Monsavis with the kick. And we'll come out to the 25 where the defense, with the wind behind them, seems a little different.
Well, everything's different, and going back to that first quarter, Hale was taken out of the ball game. He was never a serious consideration because of the wind. They went running game. It was a little easier for Aledo to solve. Now it's up to Aledo. Do you want to pass the football again coming off the interception?
Tell you what, the wind matters a great deal. That fourth quarter, it's going to be huge. First down, Haney back to the air. He'll roll to his right, being chased by Rougeley. Throw on the way, middle of the field. Incomplete as Willie Nelson tried to jump in front of Pope for an interception, but the ball falls harmlessly to the ground, and it's 2nd and 10.
Well, the pursuit was such that Haney could not get his feet set, didn't get a lot on the throw into the wind. You could almost make the case for offensive pass interference. The receiver kind of turned into defensive back mode when he saw it coming up short, slowed up Willie's ability to get up on the football.
2nd down and 10. Aledo throwing on first down, a little unusual. They'll spread out 4 again. Back to the ground. Oh, man. Tadarian Boone, if you can hang on, he does. Hawk Daniels with a little help from Caden Brooks, and it's going to bring up 3rd down and 11.
Old-fashioned run blitz that time. They brought Boone across the line right away in anticipation of the handoff, Now you're 3rd and 11. Don't want to be that against the Lobos. Let's see now if the Aledo coaches have enough faith in their defense to not try to do something too crazy on 3rd down and get yourself in further trouble.
3rd down and 11. Lobo pass rushers, here they come. He's got some time. He's got to throw open middle of the field. Pope. He got a soft spot, looked like in the zone, and gets the first down at the 46-yard line.
Similar to the passes that were completed last week in front of the safeties by Timberview. They watched some film this week. They knew where the soft spot was. That's just a matter of that offensive line keeping that very good Lobo pass rush off of him long enough to make the completion.
Ethan Pulte rushing onto the field on what's now first down at the 46, 22-yard gain on that one. Middle of the field is where Haney likes to throw. Here they come again. This time he goes into the air and off the hands of Curry. Incomplete as Willie Nelson was helping over on the coverage on Pope. It'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Just a great play by Curry to come off, get his paw on that thing and knock it away. Tell you what, this is aggressive play calling by Aledo, but they're used to being the aggressor in ball games. And right now they are going right at that Lobo defense.
Yeah, they are putting a lot of pressure on that secondary. 2nd down and 10. They're throwing on 1st down. They're going back to the ground on 2nd. That's Hawk Daniel to the 50. Where he gains 4, and it's 3rd and 6.
We've said all afternoon that's been where their success has been, right up the middle, little delay type handoff. It's still a variation on the zone read, but it's more of the play action type read than a zone read.
Marion Watkins on the tackle. 74 coming into this game for big number 96. 3rd down and 6. Haney back to pass. Dumps one over. And Hawk Daniels never saw it. It was intended for Daniels, and Haney had to throw it early because the pass rush was coming at him in a hurry. Up the middle, looked like Caden Brooks was there, and Haney, for self-preservation, threw that into the area of Daniels. Hawk didn't turn his head around. It's 4th down.
Well, as you described, Haney just knew he was quickly running out of time. He had to release the football. He had to hope that his player was going to turn their head quick enough. Just didn't do so that time. We'll see if Aledo has a rugby-style kicker or what they do into this breeze.
Clay Morader is going to be the punter here. Morader is going to be at his 37-yard line. Willie Nelson with the wind keeping this ball in his face, not back very deep. Left-footed kicker gets one off that gets a lot of height and goes down at the 24 and bounces to about the 22-yard line. And that's where the Lobos will get it with 3:46 left to play in the first half, with a 7-3 lead.
Yeah, if we get a crowd shot, we've got a bunch of umbrellas out. The rain has made its way here. You may not be seeing the rain on the field, but if you look in the stands, everybody's got their umbrellas out now as the rain has started.
Yep, 3:46 left. Lobos want to get out of the rain, but let's get out of the rain with a lead. Ball at the 22, maybe the 23-yard line. 1st down, pitch. Coming this way is Taylor Tatum. 25-yard line, 30-yard line. He goes out of bounds after a gain of 7.
And that's a great 1st down play for a couple of reasons. One, obviously you got a sizable gain on 1st down. The other thing it does, it really lets you set up some things coming off of 1st down. You can fake that, maybe misdirection with the fullback or something. There's a lot you can do with that.
I'm thinking that Aledo may have taken a timeout here. The clock has stopped with 3:40 to play in the half. I didn't see a signal for a timeout, but they did not keep running. Oh, he went out of bounds. All right, that's it. He stepped out. My bad. All right, back to the quarterback, Aledo. Oh, nice move. Makes a second one. He's got a 1st down and more. The 50 spins around and goes to the 39-yard line. What looks like a face mask at the end of this. This could be a monstrous gain as Jordan Allen.
It's not going to be the face mask. I'm afraid they're going to call a hold downfield on the receiver blocking.
Reese. It was
which
Reese.
is a spot foul, so you should still get something out of this, but you won't get the complete run. You're going to get the hold from the spot with the 1st down.
So they'll mark this thing. Let's see if they're going to put it down on the 45-yard line. So it'll have gone to the Bearcat 45. The 10-yard penalty marks it back to the Longview 45-yard line.
Hey, we want to let you know we've lost our field camera due to the rain. We've got 2 angles, not the 3 angles we started with. We're going to do the best we can under these conditions.
All right, well, first down. They got the first down, 45-yard line. On first, Allen loading up to throw deep. Hale's back there, got it at the 12, all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Lobos. With 3:01 to play on the half, 55-yard connection from Jordan Allen to Jalen Hale, and that won't bring rain, that'll bring lightning.
Well, that's Jordan Allen right there. I bragged on Hale on the previous touchdown. That's Jordan Allen. He got the ball out there where his receiver and his receiver only could go get it. Jordan Allen shoots the juice to it, makes the catch, makes the touchdown, and we've had a big change in momentum, and it really all goes back to the wind in this second quarter.
All right, Michael Fields on for the point after try. He bangs it through, 14-3 Lobos, 3:01 left to play. We'll take the break. We're coming right back to Longview ISD's presentation of Lobo football.
At Longview ISD, STEAM is all about education with purpose, discovering science, investigating technology, exploring engineering, creating through arts, and making math totally awesome. Longview ISD STEAM schools inspire and provide students with the knowledge and skills they'll need for their futures. Learn more about STEAM at chooselisd.org. Longview ISD, education with purpose.
All right, welcome back. You see the view looks a little bit different. We got a little bit of precipitation that's fallen. It's not anything outrageous. It's of course we're sitting under an overhang, so it's really not bad here.
We're under a roof. I tell you what, I thought, Chuck, going back to the first down pitch, I think everything else on that exchange came off of the success of that.
Here comes the kick by Fields. This one a little shorter. It's going to be at the 6-yard line. Off the return man's hands. I got to dive for it as Daniels couldn't hold on to it. And luckily for the Bearcats, his teammate back there with him covers that thing up and keeps it in their possession. That was Jaden Allen back there who saved that possession.
Well, there is enough rain that handling the football from here on out is going to get a little dicey. But going back to the success of the drive, when you can get a first play where you have a 7-yard pitch, you can run quarterback keeper, you can run play action. That lets you do everything else they did on the drive.
2:57 to play in the half. First down 10. Haney back to pass again. He's got some time. He'll step up. He's going to try to take off and cannot get away from Caden Brooks, who hangs on to him. And finally, Curry comes in and seals the deal after a gain of 6.
But you got to praise Haney's athleticism. He took a play that looked like it was going to do nothing, get you 6 yards on first down. That's really, if you're the Aledo coaches, you'd rather him do that than to try to force something in against this Longview secondary.
This is a turf field, so we shouldn't be digging stuff up on the turf, but it may get slick as this starts to get a little more wet. Second down and 4 at the 23-yard line. Haney, quick, looking like I'm going to throw. This is a quarterback keep the whole way, gets a couple of blocks and steps out of bounds at about the 28-yard line. That's a first down.
Well, he got assisted by a couple of holds. Boone was held downfield. He couldn't get away to come up to make the play. Also, the defender on the near side here got pulled away from him. So a little assist there. I'm sure right now John King's staff is saying, hey, you called the one downfield on us.
Yeah, how about another one? 4 receivers as they spread them out. Haney again, rolling this time to his right. Looking. Got a man, that's caught. That's Pope. He'll step out of bounds. Longview side of the 50-yard line. First down and 10 Bearcats with 2:04 left.
Once again, very similar, and I know a lot of schools run similar patterns, but that's another pass that we saw completed a week ago against this secondary. They've watched a lot of film from last week.
Jackson hustling off the field. First down and 10. Lobos side of the 50. Haney back to pass. Smith coming at him. We got a flag. This is going to be holding. Intercepted by Curry. It's intercepted by the Lobos. Curry at the 25, the 30, and he'll be thrown out of bounds by Olenjak at the 35-yard line. There's a flag back behind the play, but it's offensive holding on the Bearcats.
I'm sure the Lobos are going to take possession. I tell you what, Curry, who came on this year to start at corner, that was Willie Nelson's corner spot a year ago. Curry was put into that position. You're not going to find many corners who have the speed and athleticism to come off their man on a play that the quarterback just threw it away. He threw it to where he thought nobody could go get it.
And little credit there for Billy Smith, who's rushed right up in the face of Haney. Again forced an early pass. They forced one on the third down on the last possession that Daniels couldn't get his head around on. This time they force one that just sails long, and the wind helps out the Lobos holding up that pass. Curry goes back and gets it, returns it to the 34. Longview's back in business, 1:54 to play in the half. They're up 14-3. To the ground they'll go, handoff Tatum. Nothing. Second down and 10 coming up.
Be interesting to see if Aledo considers a timeout here.
Maybe if the wind was in the other direction. I don't know if they're going to with the wind in their face. And it may come after second down instead, because they've burned one timeout already.
Well, if you're John King, you want your kids to milk the clock right now. You do not want this ball to be snapped till just right before the play clock ends.
Second down and 10. Hale guarded by Allen. Jordan Allen back to pass. Got a man in the flat. That's Elijah Johnson. He's got a first down. Still going across the 45, and they'll mark him out at where? The 49, make it the 50-yard line. It'll be first down Lobos.
An underappreciated Lobo, Elijah Johnson. He plays in the shadow of Taylor Tatum. He's an excellent back. He can do so many things. He can block when he's back there in that gun. He can come out and catch passes like we saw there. He's just an excellent football player. That time, smart enough to get out of bounds. No need to use a timeout.
First down, they'll pitch to Tatum. Oh, ball's on the ground. Tatum's trying to fight to get it back. A risky play, and Tatum got back to get it on a ball that's a slick ball with a wet day. Christian Hillman was back there with Tatum and almost came up with a football back at the 42-yard line. A loss of 8.
Well, Parkhurst was back there too, and I don't know if it was Hillman or Parkhouse that got there first, but they made an excellent play on that. And right now, I think John King may take one look downfield, and after that, he may let's go to the half.
All right, so a loss way back. The clock counting its way down here to end the half. Nobody's in a hurry. 10 seconds on the play clock, 22 on the game clock. We got second down and a whole bunch. Handoff to Johnson. They'll play safe here and go forward to back around the 50-yard line. And I tell you, he's still churning forward. Finally, they pull him down at the 46-yard line. Clock going all the way down to 3, 2.
Now, John King's going to take a timeout. He's far enough down that he can throw one down in the middle of the field towards the end zone.
Well, you say that, Aledo's walking off the field. The Lobos are not.
No, King came out and asked for the timeout.
They're gonna bring him back out here for a couple of seconds. Well, let's see if they're gonna. They act like pump the clock. But it should be third down at the 46-yard line. So you're right. You've got a chance to toss one up and see if you can't get, with the wind behind you, one more score potentially. They put 2 seconds back on the clock.
And what you can do in this situation is you can send Hale down the middle of the field. You can draw the attention of the defense. You can throw the ball to Tatum underneath and see if he can get into that secondary and make a play.
So one more snap, unless we have a penalty, and we'll head to the locker room. But first, Kelvin Washington's coming into this game. He's number 20. Now, we've run wheel routes with him before.
Yeah.
Now he's set up in the slot. Both he and Tatum are going to be slot receivers in this. Hale's going to be up at the line of scrimmage, far side of the field. Here we go. One play. Allen in trouble? Never mind. We're going to the locker room. They end the half with a sack. And the combination of defenders, Cap Mooney, number 20, and Ansel Denbois, get there for the sack. And there goes the threat. But the Lobos, who struggled in the first quarter, got it together in the second, courtesy of a deflected interception that led to the first score. And they lead 14-3 as we head to the locker room.
Welcome to the Lobo Store. Here in the Lobo Store, 100% of the proceeds from the sale of the merchandise goes back to the Lobo football team. Also, we are run by volunteers who love Lobo Nation. We carry toddler sizes through adult 6X and have a variety of merchandise for sale throughout the football season. We are located inside the athletic office on Hawkins Parkway behind the football stadium. Come see us and support your team.
The smartest choice you can make for your child's future is Longview ISD. Longview schools go beyond the traditional to offer a complete education, creating lifelong learners. Longview ISD empowers your child to take on the world, from their first day of school to graduation, and prepares them for whatever career they may choose, offering all the benefits of private education without the cost. Educate yourself and choose Longview ISD. At Longview ISD, STEAM is all about education with purpose, discovering science, investigating technology, exploring engineering, creating through arts, and making math totally awesome. Longview ISD STEAM schools inspire and provide students with the knowledge and skills they'll need for their futures. Learn more about STEAM at chooselisd.org. Longview ISD, education with purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Longview Independent School District is proud to present the field for 15th year, the 2022-2023 LHS US. Officers this year are left to right, Junior Lieutenant Ava Wilcox, Senior Lieutenant Amy Moore, Senior Lieutenant Hannah Ford, Junior Lieutenant Emily Burrell, and in the center, your captain, Senior Haley Pickett. The Vuettes will now entertain you with their stunning skirt routine to Feel This Moment. Would like to congratulate the Longview Lobos, the Big Green Marching Machine, Lobo Cheer, Interact, and the JRLCC on a winning season. The Vuettes are under the direction of Mrs. Debbie McGowan and assisted by Mrs. Meg Lawrence. And now, the 2022 Longview High School Majorettes will perform a dance twirl routine to Here Come the Lobos.
the old coaches can make some adjustments.
Ladies and gentlemen, under the field direction of drum majors Ashley Rivera and Caitlin Clendenin, the Longview Independent School District proudly presents the award-winning Longview High School Lobo Band. This is the Big Green Marching Machine. All right, Lobo fans, on your feet as the Big Green Marching Machine marches the rock and out off the field. directors of the Lobo Band would like to thank all parents, community members, and LISD for their continued support this season. We would also like to thank our sponsors for this year, ABC Auto Parts, Eastman Credit Union, Easy Texano y Algo Más, JDL Enterprise Precision Machining, Jodak Office Outfitters, O'Reilly Family McDonald's Restaurant, Peter Chevrolet, Buick, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Fiat of Longview, Sloan Brown, and Florian Hoover LLP. Thank you for your kind attention to tonight's performance, and go Lobos!
Well, despite conditions, how about an amazing couple of performances? Longview Lobo Band, the Aledo Bearcat Band in a rather wet conditioned field. They both put on about 25 minutes of outstanding entertainment.
They showed up, put their slickers on, and put on a very slick halftime presentation.
All right, let's look at the stats for half number one. Aledo with 7 first downs. They had 16 carries for 52 yards, 4 completed passes of their 11 for 64. That's 116 yards of total offense. They had 0 penalties. We'll note that because we were talking amongst ourselves while the band was playing. No penalties at halftime for Aledo. On the other side for the Lobos, 6 first downs, 20 carries, 61 yards, 3 out of 4 throwing the football for Jordan Allen for 98 yards. Lobos 5 penalties for 44 yards. Longview's 2 of 7 on third downs. The Bearcats are 3 out of 6 on third downs. Each team had a sack in that first half.
It was really a tale of 2 quarters. The first quarter dominated by the young men from Aledo, and the second quarter dominated by the guys from East Texas. And it should be that way when you have the conditions we have, a brisk wind blowing from the north end of the field, which is open. You would expect it to affect the way both teams played here in the first half. Wind seems to be dying down just a tad as the rain picks up.
Well, and the one stat we didn't throw out there were turnovers. There were 2 against Aledo, none against Longview. One of those 2, an interception by Tadarian Boone, led to the first Lobo score. The second interception by Curry stopped a potential drive at the end of the half. And as a result, Longview with a 14-3 lead as we are a couple minutes away from getting the teams back out here. How about the leaders into the locker room? Haas Haney, 8 carries, 38 yards. Devin Keys had 2 carries for 7. Hawk Daniels, 5 carries for 7. Caleb Pope had 1 for no yardage. For Longview, Taylor Tatum, 12 carries, 24 yards. He did have a fumble, but he recovered it. Jordan Allen, 5 for 19. Would have been a lot longer, but One of his long run was called back by a penalty. Elijah Johnson, 3 carries for 18 yards. Throwing the football, Allen's 3 of 4, 98 yards and 2 touchdowns. Haney 4 of 11, 64 yards with 2 interceptions. Jalen Pope had 3 catches for 56 yards. Timms had 1 for 8 for Aledo. For Longview, Jalen Hale 2 catches, 82 yards, 2 touchdowns, including a 55-yarder. Elijah Johnson had the 1 catch for 16 yards. So there's your stats in the first half.
Yeah, when you look at Hale's numbers, which was all done in the second quarter, just really jumps off the pages, the difference maker in that first half. There's been playoff games this year where he's just hadn't looked good statistically. If you only looked at the stat line, you go, well, where was Jalen Hale? Well, if you looked at the first half of this year, that's what we expect to see from him.
Scoring that first half started with a 37-yard Clay Marauder field goal. That happened with I don't even have my time on it. But he hit that field goal to make it a 3-0 lead for Aledo. Here come the Lobos back out of the halftime locker room through the blow-up helmet. Scoring for Longview in the second quarter, Hale with a 27-yard catch from Jordan Allen to make it 7-0. Michaels Fields with the point after. Hale with a 55-yarder from Allen as well in that second quarter to make it a 14-3 lead at the half.
Well, you go back to Aledo's field goals on their second possession. They basically passed on a field goal opportunity in their first possession, chose instead to go for it on 4th and 4, had a slant pattern knocked away at the last minute, turned the ball over. Both the first 2 possessions for Aledo, they came away thinking they should have got more.
And those were big possessions. That first one probably in particular, where Longview struggled to begin with, and the defense managed to hold them. As a result, they managed to bleed through that first quarter, get the win behind them in the second quarter, and really the whole tenor of the ball game changed with that.
I agree, and it goes back again to King's decision not to force something on 3rd and long, turn it over to his defense. They've been so good all year. Why not trust them in a state semifinal ball game to get you some good field position? They went right out and did that and really changed the direction of the first half.
As they have all year long, this defense in the second half is going to be asked to play outstanding football. They've given up 2 scores in each of the 3rd and 4th quarters all year, and one of those scores was an offensive turnover. So in honesty, they've given up 3 touchdowns in the second half all season long on the defensive side. Kudos to John Berry, the DC, Josh Rankin, Scott Hart, Brandon Bonds, Pat House, that defensive coaching staff, who have just done a whale of a job all season long. They're going to ask this defense for at least one more 12-minute quarter with the win behind them, and that's going to come in the 4th quarter because the Lobos are going to get the win behind them to start this second half. Michael Fields will kick the ball off. Back deep for the Bearcats. Number 1 is Hawk Daniels. Number 2 is Jaden Allen. They'll be back at around the 5-yard line. John Monsaveas is the kicker who's been doing the kickoff duties. He's ready now. And half number 2 is underway. Monsaveas' kick is going to go all the way down to the end zone, and it'll come out to the 25-yard line for this beginning of the second half. We'll remind you about the personnel on both sides. For the offense for Aledo, Isaac Son, the 285-pound left tackle. DJ Williams, 295-pound left guard. Max Muller is the center. Carter Campbell is the right guard. Isaac Knott, 240-pounder, is the right tackle. Tyson Timms, 86, is the tight end. Jalen Pope and Caden Finley are the 2 receivers. Hawk Patrick Daniels is the tailback. And on the first down, he's going to get the first handoff of the second half. Goes nowhere as he's dropped by Chase Smith. And it'll be 2nd down and 10 as Hoss Haney is the quarterback for the Bearcats.
Yeah, once again, anticipating the run. Linebackers come across the line of scrimmage in a very simple run blitz. It was effective for the second time here. Go ahead.
2nd down and 10 coming up now for the Bearcats. Haney with backs to his right. On 2nd down, he's going to drop back and roll right. Looking. Stops, throws middle of the field off the hands of the intended target. Finley's looking for a flag. He's not getting one. It's 3rd down.
Well covered by Curry once again. Curry came through. May have gotten a fingertip on it. I'm not sure. But either way, great containment by the defense. once again, Haney never got his feet set. It makes it tough to throw a wet football when your feet aren't set. You may notice right now the umpire not putting the ball down to the last moment, trying to keep it as dry as he can for both teams.
Third down. They got Caden Brooks set up as a pass rushing defensive end. Here he comes. Nothing there. Haney's got some room. He's going to have to get away from one man. He does, and he's going to have a first down as he steps out of bounds right on the 35-yard line. Chase Smith couldn't get him to the ground. It'll move the chains.
Two-way Hoss Haney can beat you. He can do that zone reading, take off on design run plays, or he can drop back to pass and then sense that he doesn't have anything downfield, take off and move the sticks. That's what he did that time.
Defense for the Lobos: Billy Smith, Jordan Wright, Zarius Shepard, LaQuavion Jackson, Amarian Watkins, Ethan Pulte, the defensive line. Caden Brooks, again, lined up as a pass-rushing defensive end. Haney going to keep it himself this time, and he'll work his way to the 40-yard line. Boy, it sure looked like Brooks was being held on that end by Isaac Knott.
Yeah, somebody may want to nudge that line judge. I don't know if he was napping on that, but you could see the offensive lineman pull the jersey of the defensive end from Longview. It assisted in getting that 5-yard gain on first down.
Linebackers Jeremiah Rougeley, Caden Brooks, Darian Boone, Chase Smith. Corners J.K. Curry and Jaden Simmons. Safeties Willie Nelson and Buda Garrett. There's your starting 11 on the field. First down turns into 2nd and 5 after Haney picks up 5 yards. And to the ground they'll go. Handoff is to Daniels, and he breaks tackles. He's got the 45, the 50, and off he goes to the races. Lobos are not going to catch him. He's going to take it 60 yards for a score, and it has been a common theme this afternoon so far. We are struggling to tackle, and some of that may be wet jerseys. Whatever it is, the Lobos let one break for 60 yards, and it's a one-score game.
2 plays on that drive were the results of missed tackles. Chase Smith not ending the drive on the 3rd and long on the quarterback run, and then that time a couple of different defenders had a hold and just couldn't keep a hold that time of the jersey of Daniels.
Point after try by Marauder, up and good. We played 1:08 in the second half. Touchdown for the Bearcats makes it 14-10. We'll take a break. We're coming right back. You're watching Lobo Football, presented by Longview ISD.
Welcome to the Lobo Store. Here in the Lobo Store, 100% of the proceeds from the sale of the merchandise goes back to the Lobo football team. Also, we are run by volunteers who love Lobo Nation. We carry toddler sizes through adult 6X and have a variety of merchandise for sale throughout the football season. We are located inside the athletic office on Hawkins Parkway, behind the football stadium. Come see us and support your team.
Go Lobos!
We are back. Not the way you wanted to start the second half. 5 plays, 75 yards, and you're right. The 3rd down missed tackle, number 1, and then a series of them on the 2nd down and 5, 60-yard touchdown run by Hawk Daniels makes this a 14-10 game. And maybe more importantly, a little bit of boost to Aledo, who's the first team to score going into the win.
I agree. It's going to be a boost to their morale, but you knew this wasn't going to end up being a 14-3 ball game. Somebody's going to have to get to about 35 points.
And the kick will come short, grabbed at about the 14-yard line. Willie Nelson, not much, 21-yard line. That's where the Lobos will start on offense.
Want to thank our student camera operators. They are down there braving the elements, and we're able to get our field camera back down there going. So thanks to those young people who are out there in the rain today helping us film this ball game.
All right, the offense for the Lobos. Offensive line, Fernando Longoria, Jacoby Watts, Tavion Morgan, Martin Guerrero, Jax Norman. This is going to be a big half for those 5 young men. Angel Ramos is going to be the tight end. And before we get going, we may be doing this, I don't know what we're doing.
Did we see lightning or?
I didn't see lightning. Somebody may have seen lightning. They're not leaving the field altogether. They're just leaving to the sideline, and I'm not sure why.
Looks
Maybe
like
we got a
gonna
penalty.
Re-kick it. Yeah,
Yep.
we got a all-sides penalty. It appears the umpire is picking that up over by the Longview bench on the kickoff. John King may have considered it and said, let's kick it off again, see if we can't do a little better on field position.
Yeah, first penalty of the game against the Bearcats. So they'll start this one back 5 yards. They'll kick it off from the 35-yard line instead. Rest of the offense for the Lobos while they're doing all that. DK Reese, Jalen Hale, the receivers. Elijah Johnson, Taylor Tatum are the backs. Jordan Allen is the quarterback for the Bearcats. That defensive line, Lawson Moore's been very active. Christian Hillman, Byron Wheeler, and Ansel Dinbois. Linebackers Andrew Parkhurst, Cap Mooney, and Devin Keys. Corners Chris Johnson and Jaden Allen. Safeties Jake Gillespie and Boston Epley, number 23.
It'd be Helen Washington back for the Lobos. Washington on the far side, on the visitor side. Hale here on the near side by the press box.
All right, Muradar's going to kick it again. This one, a squib kick, bounces through everybody off of Darrensburg, and the Lobos are very fortunate at the 35-yard line to keep possession of that. Jamerson Darrensburg had the ball and could not come up with it, and it's going to be Jalen Hale, it looks like, who dove in there to keep the possession.
Yeah, Hale came all the way up. He was one of the guys who was at the back. Heads up play, got the tar knocked out of him, but either way, it was a heady play by the senior Jalen Hale to save possession.
Well, they went from the kick, which they realized in the wind they weren't getting much distance on, and decided to squib kick it instead. And hard hit ball, or hard kicked ball, wet turf. Darrensburg couldn't secure it, and luckily Hale does. First down, Lobos on offense for the first time in this half. They'll hand it to Taylor Tatum, trying to stretch and outrun, and he cannot. Dropped in the backfield. Devin Keys, the middle linebacker, showing the burst of speed. And it's going to be a loss back at the 33-yard line for a loss of 2.
You wonder how conditions are affecting the ball game. That would have been a pitch sweep in the first half. Here in the second half, with this rain coming down, they decided to hand it off on more of a stretch play. A little slower developing, hurts the flow of the play.
Yeah, the only fumble that the Lobos have had is on a pitch. They probably won't do that again. Second down and 12, showing blitz as Parkhurst starts to come up. Now Keys comes up. Allen sees them both. And now they're going to do a little option. Allen keeping it himself, nothing doing. Lawson Moore drops him at the 33 and then stands over him afterward, and it's 3rd and 12.
Well, Moore had a lot to bark about. He did a great job of coming down, following the play. They had committed to defend the pitch, and so it looked like for a moment Allen was going to have a running lane, only to have it blown up by number 40.
Darrensburg coming back in. Ramos checking out. 3rd down, 12. This feels a lot like the first quarter. Hale's going to split out far side. Tatum's in the slot. Safety Gillespie is the nearest to him. Back to pass. Allen going to keep it again. He's not getting much. Across the 35 to the 36, gain of 3. It's 4th and 9.
By design, a quarterback draw. Took it outside, a little different, but that's where the lane was. But it closed quickly, and that's going to mean the punting unit comes back out for the Lobos.
Quick 3 and out. Michael Fields to punt. Jake Gillespie will go back deep at the 25-yard line.
You want to see what a multi-time champion does under duress? You're watching it here at the beginning
high
of the
snap.
second half.
Gillespie grabs it. Not a great kick off the side of the foot a little bit. Takes a bounce at the 35 and basically will die there. Short punt. 30-yarder. Aledo back to work with 8:34 to play in the third quarter.
Goes back to adjustments. Aledo did a great job. Came out there and got Lobo to go 3 and out. Lobos had excellent field position there with the wind starting at their own 35. They kick it now, and it's Aledo who takes over in good field position.
Lobos with a 14-10 lead. Back to defense they go. They need a play. Somebody to make a tackle. On first down, Haney with a handoff again up the middle is Daniels, and he's still going. Budikara trying to chase him down, and finally will get him down at the 36-yard line.
They've caught Longview coming in that run blitz. I mentioned it a couple times. They're getting everybody sucked in on the run blitz. Hard to see. There's no linebackers there to make the play, and that's why those have been big runs the last couple of handoffs.
Yep, first down on the run to the 37-yard line. 28-yard gain for Hawk Daniels. Haney keeping this one all the way. He makes a cut, but he's not getting away from Willie Nelson. Willie's the first one there. Boy, he's still staying up as Jeremiah Rougeley was there. They just can't get Haney to the ground.
He's a tough hombre. I tell you what, I guess if your name Hoss Haney, you should be a pretty tough hombre. But that time, Willie snuck up to the line of scrimmage, was coming on a safety blitz. He read the play, got into the backfield, and made the play.
Loss of a yard, 2nd down and 11. They have run a lot between the tackles, exploiting the middle of that Lobo defense. They're pushing forward again. Haney to throw this time. Slant caught, 1st down. Very close to the 1st down. Pope with the catch at the 27-yard line. They're going to move the chains.
Excellent slant pattern, a little underthrown. Receiver did a good job. Sometimes on those slant patterns, receivers want to run through that ball. That time he stopped, made the catch, and moved the chains.
Pope's a real deal. 52 catches, 954 yards on the season. With today's performance, he's got 67, so he's crossed the 1,000-yard mark. 1st down and 10. Back to the middle, and again Daniels gets through, and again he drags defenders with him to about the 10-yard line.
Once again, Willie had come to the line. They get caught in the safety blitz. That's what's allowing them to break that thing open.
They're going to mark him down on the 10, so it's 1st and goal.
Longview's had success with the blitz today. They've gotten burned a couple times coming on the blitz.
Well, it's big half so far for Hawk Daniels. 1st down at the 10-yard line. This time it's the new back in there, Caleb Pope. Nothing doing. They'll stand him up. 2nd down and goal. Boone on the tackle.
Good play by the Lobos there. Little tighter field. When you can compress the field, it makes your safeties and corners get involved a lot more, makes it a little more difficult to pass and throw the football.
2nd down and goal. 6 minutes left to play here in the 3rd quarter. 14-10 Lobos. They trailed 3-0. They scored 14 in the 2nd quarter. Aledo's trying to take that away. Haney. Again the handoff. This is going to be all the way to the end zone. Keys scores from 10 yards away, and Aledo has put 2 scores up in his 3rd quarter, and they lead at 16-14.
Well, much like a boxer who keeps working the middle to take that headshot, they've worked the middle. That time they took it outside. Nobody there to contest it.
A little unusual to see the Lobos give up 2 second-half scores in the span of about 6.5 minutes, but that has happened. Point after try, Marauder. Kick on the way. That is good. It's 17-10 Aledo. 5:44 left to play in the 3rd. We'll take a break. We're coming right back to Lobo football presented by Longview ISD.
At Longview ISD, STEAM is all about education with purpose, discovering science, investigating technology, exploring engineering, creating through arts, and making math totally awesome. Longview ISD STEAM schools inspire and provide students with the knowledge and skills they'll need for their futures. Learn more about STEAM at chooselisd.org. Longview ISD, education with purpose.
All right, welcome back. 17-14 our score. I think I inadvertently said 10 before we took the break, but 17-14 the score. The Bearcats, 6 plays, 65 yards. Boy, this 2nd half, here's how it looks statistically. 11 plays, 140 yards for Aledo, 3 plays, 1 yard for Longview.
Well, if you're going to take a championship away from a team who's used to winning them, you got to come take it. Longview's going to have to take this thing in the 2nd half. Aledo's come out. They've made some excellent halftime adjustments, and now the Lobos are going to have to come and get it.
All right. First time since the 1st quarter, Aledo has the lead. They're going to kick deep. Grabbed at the 18-yard line. Kelvin Washington across the 30 to about the 34, maybe 35-yard line. Lobos will start there.
A week ago, we saw Washington's kick returns ignite some of the offense for the Lobos. Fine job, came up, fielded it, kept his feet moving, sets them up again. This is the 35-yard line, 34-yard line with the wind to your back, 5 minutes to go. You've got all your offense basically on call here on this drive.
Yeah, pretty important drive for the Lobos. Hale to split out near side. Reese, far side, short side of the field. 1st down and 10. Allen back to pass. Looking, throwing, caught on the money. Boy, great throw by Allen just as Reese was making his break. Ball's there right on the sideline, 46-yard line. That's enough for a first down.
Reese showing there's more to this passing attack than Jalen Allen. He's become a very nice alternative, to Jalen Hale, Jordan Allen.
All right, gain of 12, much needed first down. Defense needs a break. 5:29 left in the quarter. Handoff Tatum. Got a little seam, crosses the 50 to the 48-yard line. He's going to pick up 6, second down and 4 coming up.
Tough yards for Tatum, but nonetheless, very effective. Once again, a little hesitant to pitch the football. They go to that stretch play. They sense that the Bearcats at half made adjustment to the outside. He takes a lane just underneath for the yardage on that particular carry.
Need a little Taylor Tatum magic. Second down and 4. Reese coming near side. Hale, top of the screen. High formation. Bearcats blitzing. Handoff to Tatum. He got a seam and he powers for a first down to the 43-yard line. This time they caught Aledo in the run blitz.
Caught Aledo in the run blitz, but Elijah Johnson just blew it up. The lead blocker to that left side. He took the blitzer out of it. Tatum read it, turned it inside, got the first down.
Couple of Bearcats taking the play off as Wheeler comes out of the ball game. So does Hillman. They'll put in 2 fresh bodies on first down and 10, 43-yard line. 4:22 left to play, third quarter. Staying in the eye. Fake to Tatum, back to pass Allen. He's looking deep for Hale. Hale goes up and can't quite come down with the ball. He may have been able to take one more step, and instead he tried to high point it at the 3. It's incomplete. It'll be second down.
I like the call, though. You got first and 10. You know you're in 4-down territory. Why not see what Jalen Hale can do? Pull the Cadillac out of the garage, drive it down the middle of the field. That time, he kind of got caught in between, as you described. Could have probably taken one more stride before going up for it.
Ramos going to come in as Hale goes off the field out of the end zone and goes back to the sideline. Not hurt, but he'll take the play off. And here the Bearcats trying to get somebody off in a hurry, and they allow him to. 2 on the play clock. Handoff to Tatum. Stumbles a little bit and is grabbed from behind after a gain of 3. Third down and 7.
Yeah, because Hale had checked out of the game and they had to bring in a new receiver. They went tight formation with the expectation of getting to the line quickly and executing. Aledo responded by changing defenders. That forced the umpire to come up and delay the snap of the football.
Third down and 7. Here comes Hale back into the game. Ramos back out. Back in Wheeler for Aledo. 3:30 and counting here in the third. Big third down play for Longview. Allen reverse to Tatum. There's defenders waiting for him. He gets around 1. He can't get past all of them. They'll blow him up back at the 44-yard line for a loss of 4.
You and I talked at the half about the possibility of a reverse. The problem is the lack of success on the sweep play here in the second half had not set up the defense for the reverse, and that's why that didn't work.
Yeah, Aledo a little too quick getting to the edge. They had a guy waiting for Tatum over there. He ran past the first one but couldn't outrun the rest. And instead of it being 4-down territory, the loss of 4, again on third down, means they got a punt. Michael Fields coming in. Gillespie back at his 10. The kick, a line drive. This one's heading for the end zone, and it takes a big bounce. Lobos can't get there. Buda Garrett trying to tap it back onto the field. He couldn't get there. I think it was Curry, rather, instead. 18, not 10. It'll come back out to the 20-yard line where it'll be first down with 2:35 left.
Yeah, unfortunately, and it may have been Curry, but whoever it was bought the fake fair catch and slowed down on it. Great job by the return man. I think that's Gillespie back there, who stood on the 10, called for the fair catch, drew the defender, only to have the ball fly over his head.
All right, so it'll come out to the 20-yard line, where it'll be first down for Aledo with a lead for the first time since the first quarter. And here they go, first down. Haney keeping it, looking. He's grabbed. They can't. Well, I tell you what, they still weren't getting him down. They'll blow the whistle, but Caden Brooks is just hanging on like a calf wrestler. They still can't get him down, though.
He's a tough bring down. that time, great job by flowing the defensive line towards the movement of the play. The entire line slid down, and that's how they got the containment that time.
It becomes a loss at 2, 2nd down and 12. Haney again with a handoff. Again, Daniels. This time Lobo defense not letting him get away. No gain. 3rd down coming up. Boone's on the pile. I think maybe Nelson is as well, and it'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, Daniels has to come out here on an important 3rd down play. They'll have to bring in the backup running back.
So it's 3rd down and 12. Minute 45 left to play in this 3rd quarter.
A rare opportunity for the Lobos to really bring the pass rush. Let's see if they can do it with 4 men.
All right, Pope is the back, number 34. Spelling Daniels, back to pass the quarterback. Brooks coming after him, has him, can't get him down. He tries to throw, and they're going to call him down back at the 13-yard line.
Should have thrown a penalty. I'm not sure. They said they blew the whistle.
They called him down.
Yeah, I know, but he was throwing the ball out as they do.
Yeah, they call him down. There'll be a little discussion, I think, but the White Hat's the one there, and they're going to get Caden Brooks for the sack back at the 13-yard line.
I mentioned before the snap, a rare opportunities for the Lobos to bring it. They brought 5 men, and they were able to get to him.
Brooks has been pass rushing from that right end spot all day long. He got to Haney that time. Punter standing back on the goal line. Willie Nelson's on his 45.
Is it Willie Nelson?
Whoa, he dropped the punt. He dropped it maybe on purpose, and there's nobody in the neighborhood. And Muradar's going to get a 1st down all the way out to the 40-yard line on what looked like a turnover potential for the Bearcats. And they turned it into maybe the biggest play of this game.
I tell you what, dude. Right now, I'd hang my hat on it as a big play. You were about to have Willie Nelson return a punt inside the 50. Instead, they pick up an insane 1st down. If that's a fake, if they do that on purpose, it's amazing. But either way, it disrupted the rush of the punter. Everybody else had turned their back to go back to set up the return.
Defense that had a 3-and-out now has to go back out there again. Handoff to Pope. Pope backing his way to the 43-yard line for a gain of 5.
And in about 30 seconds, Aledo's going to get the win behind their back for the rest of the ball game.
They had a very good 3rd quarter with the wind in their face. It hasn't mattered. They don't have to snap another play, as there's 25 on the play clock and 17 on the game clock. And they're walking to the sideline, and it looks like we're just going to flip sides of the field and start a 4th quarter that saw Aledo outscore the Lobos 14-0. We've got 12 minutes left to decide who's going to the state finals next Saturday morning. 17 Aledo, 14 Longview. We'll take a break. We're coming right back for a presentation of Lobo football by Longview ISD.
The smartest choice you can make for your child's future is Longview ISD. Longview schools go beyond the traditional to offer a complete education, creating lifelong learners. Longview ISD empowers your child to take on the world from their first day of school to graduation and prepares them for whatever career they may choose, offering all the benefits of private education without the cost. Educate yourself and choose Longview ISD.
Well, that was not the 3rd quarter you wanted. The good news is you're only down to score 3 points. You got 12 minutes left. Somebody great's season is going to end in 12 minutes. If you're Longview, you're going to have a stop here on this possession. 2nd down and 5 as we come back out, flipping sides of the field.
The good news for the Lobos, they bring maybe the best 4th quarter defense to the state to the match.
All right, here we go. 2nd down. Haney, this is quarterback keeper the whole way. He runs through 1, 2, 3 tackles, gets the 1st down as Willie Nelson drives him to the turf at the 48. Now there's a little pushing going on after the fact as Nelson gets into it with a offensive player, but it's a 1st down for the Bearcats at the Lobo 48.
You talk about Haney formerly being a receiver. You'd almost think he used to be a running back. He just does not quit on the play. A lot of quarterbacks are looking to get down, get back to the huddle. That is not their number 8.
1st down at the 48-yard line. 3 receivers set this time. To the ground they stay. Haney keeping it again. This time Tadarian Boone's got him, and they kind of manhandle him. He and Willie Nelson. Willie getting uber aggressive right now. Loss of 2, second down and 12.
Well, Willie's a playmaker. He needs to remain calm. He's one of the guys that can turn this ball game around on a dime if he can get his hands on the football, either as a returner or via the interception. So they need him to stay calm and make plays.
Offensive lineman change. Garrett Mutati comes in for the Bearcats, number 78. He's going to line up at right guard. Second and 12, handoff. Not much. Lobo defense hanging on. Pope, line of scrimmage, nothing else. Third down and 12 coming up.
At this point, the Lobo defense is happy to see someone other than Hoss Haney run the football.
I don't know. Hawk Daniels been pretty good.
Well, Hawk Daniels had one play today where he broke a couple tackles. Haney's been a pain all afternoon.
Daniels at 10 carries, 112 yards. Haney's got 15 for 52. They are approaching 200. In fact, they may have crossed 200 as a team. Third down and 12. A half to get off the field play. Kylan Sublett in at corner. Back to pass, Haney. They're setting up a screen. There it is. Caught. That's Daniels. Boone with him. Not getting away from Boone and Billy Smith. It'll be fourth down. Loss of a yard on the play.
Yeah, we should have seen that one coming. Teams all year, when they get in third and long against the Lobos, typically will go to the screen to try to do something to combat that pass rush. I'd certainly seen it this week. Aledo's a good screen team, but that time they did not catch them in a 5-man rush, only a 4-man rush. They were able to read the screen.
9:45 and counting in this game. Willie Nelson to go back. Murador, who dropped a punt and ran for a first down last time. This one down low. He gets it out of there. It's a line drive. Whoa, off of Willie Nelson's hands. He needs to go get that, and it goes out of the back of the end zone. Luckily for Longview, it'll come out to the 20-yard line.
Well, if he was a shortstop, you'd say that ball ate him up. It just came up on him very quickly, kind of nonchalant. I agree with you. Willie's Mr. Excitement anyway. He sure doesn't need to get us all excited about touching a football and letting it roll into an end zone.
Yeah, it'll come out to the 20. Lobos will have first down and 10. They've got 9:28 left on the clock. How about a 9:28 drive? You got any of those in us?
Well, I tell you what, sometimes you just have to impose your will upon your opponent.
Well, first down and 10. Tatum's the lone back this time. On first down, he'll get the handoff, going off right guard, and they are just so fast about getting there and not letting him get extra. There goes his hat as it falls off after a gain of 4, and Taylor's going to have to be off a play.
Yeah, they knocked his hat off. He continued to try to move his legs. I don't know if Tatum has a strap difficulty, but every game it seems like he misses 1 or 2 plays as he loses his hat on the field.
So he'll go out. Second down and 6 coming up. 9:05 and counting.
Don't forget Elijah Johnson is a very good running back.
He's in the backfield right now. Rain hadn't been a factor in this second half. Handoff to Elijah, looking for some space, and goes to the 26-yard line for a gain of 2.
8:44 left. If you're thinking, do you have to start thinking about going for it on fourth down? No, not with your defense. Not with the Lobo defense. You don't have to think about it, but you need to start thinking about points.
The Aledo crowd getting into it here as the defense tries to stir him up. Chris Johnson asking for more noise. 8:24 and counting. Third down. Tatum back into the game. 3rd and 4 as he lines up in the slot. And we got a flag.
Yeah, right tackle unfortunately backed out too soon. Looked like they were bringing Taylor Tatum out to drag across the middle possibly. Now you've already showed that play. You got to rethink. And now it's 3rd and 10.
The penalties piling up on the Lobos today. That is 6 for 49 yards. I have no penalties. They've had one penalty.
They've had one penalty
on the kickoff, on the offside on the kickoff.
They do a good job of not making mistakes.
All right, we'll try it again. 3rd down, back at the 21. Pass, Allen, caught, Hale short of the first down by about 2 yards at the 28-yard line.
Not a very good spot. Probably takes the decision away from John King about what he wants to do on 4th down. Instead of being 4th and 2, it's closer to 4th and 3. He leaves his offense out there. We may be looking at a hard count.
7:54 left, and it really is 4th down and about 2. Those are the balls just shy of the 28-yard line. The first down's at the 30. Hale's going to come out near side. There you go. Big play. They'll snap it. They'll give it to Taylor Tatum. He's got the first down. Reaches the ball across the 30. He's got the first down.
Who's got big kahunas? John King's got big kahunas. That time he decides to go for it with 7:43 left. 4th down, deep on his end of the field. Taylor Tatum goes up and over, exposes the football. Very dangerous, but probably had to get the first.
You heard the Aledo fans boo. I'm right at about the 35-yard line, and that was a first down. He got to the line. They booed because they're fans, but it was a first down. First down, Lobos. Here comes a snap to Allen. Quick toss out to Hale. Caught at the 30, gets a block. He makes a move across the 40 to the 43-yard line. First down, Longview.
That's the type of pass you don't have to worry about against this wind. It's a hard-thrown ball. It gets out there quickly. Well set up block. Moves the sticks again.
Hale, 4 catches, 102 yards, 2 touchdowns.
You talked about the importance of milking the clock. That's one that keeps the clock moving.
Under 7 to play. Jordan Allen, 6 of 8, 130 yards, 2 scores, both to Hale. Back to the ground they go. Stretch to Tatum, trying to come to the sidelines. Got the 50 and across midfield. Very close to about an 8-yard gain, maybe 9. 2nd down and short. Maybe the best run of the day for Taylor.
Well, we've seen a couple times he's been able to get to the corner, not to take it to the house, but to get significant gains on first down. We've talked about it sets up other plays. It sets up the play action. It certainly will set up a reverse play for you. Those are the type plays you like.
How tough has this been? 20 carries, 46 yards for Taylor Tatum. 2nd down and 2. Here comes a run blitz. Back to pass. Allen looking. He's in trouble, and he's dropped back at the 48-yard line. Down at his feet. Making the tackle is Parkhurst. And it's going to be a loss of 3, and here comes 3rd down and 5.
Jax Norman had his hands full from the get-go. Came from the outside on him. It was a tough block. He battled him all the way, but he just never could get his feet set in front of him to contain the outside rush.
They're going to mark it back at the 47, so it actually becomes 3rd and 6 on Parkhurst's sack.
We got Washington back there. He'll be one of the slot receivers.
Under 5.5 left.
Actually in the eye this time.
Aledo crowd on their feet. Handoff. This is Kelvin Washington. He's got nothing. Nothing. Maybe a yard if they're lucky, and it's going to bring up 4th down and 6.
The punting crew comes on.
It's one thing on 4th and 2. It's another on 4th and 6.
Well, you've lived with defense all year, so you're going to once again ask your defense to get you the football back with less than 5 to go when Aledo gets control of this football.
Short yardage plays after a big 1st or 2nd down have been the bugaboo for the last couple of weeks. They've overcome them, but again, instead of maybe running, they tried to pass. It led to a sack. Here's the punt by Fields. Hits at the 25-yard line. Longview bounce down to the 14-yard line.
Need to go ahead and touch that with the clock is an issue.
Andrew Tutt touches it. 4:34 left to play. 17-14. Lobos trail. This may be the last defensive stand for Longview this year. They need to make it a good one.
Well, if you're John King, the good card you're holding is, as we mentioned, you may have the best 4th quarter defense in the entire state of Texas. You got 3 timeouts and a very motivated group of Lobos out there.
All right, we're down to the last 4.5 minutes of the season for somebody. First down, Haney keeping it. Again, they can't bring him down immediately, but they'll get him after a gain of 3 at the 17-yard line where it's 2nd down and 7. Ethan Pulte is about to check back in.
Don't have to use timeouts yet. Of course, if you're Aledo, you're going to bleed this clock down as much as you can. You're sitting on a 3-point lead. You've got the win behind you.
All right, here we go. 2nd down, 7. 3 receivers set for the Bearcats. Haney, a little high snap, hands the ball to Hawk Daniels. He's going to get dropped back at the 15-yard line, loss of 2. Here comes third down. That's going to be the biggest third down of this season.
Yeah, and if you're John King, there's a temptation to use the timeout here, but you had to do it right away. If you don't do it right away, you might as well keep it in your pocket.
All right, third down. Ball back at about the 16-yard line. Lobos trying to make sure they get the right personnel in as Jordan Wright runs off the field.
For a moment there, they were going to play defense with 12. That won't work.
No, you don't want to do that.
It might work, but you might get in trouble for it.
Sublet's in there again. He's kind of playing that fourth linebacker spot as they move Brooks down. Pass rush coming. Rugeley is trying to get to him. Haney pulls it down. Can they tackle him this time? They do. They force him out of bounds shy of the 20-yard line. A, it stops the clock with 3:06. B, it brings up fourth down.
Yeah, great job. It stops the clock. Boone just was too fast that time. Hoss Haney's a fine athlete and has been great all afternoon. That time, Tadarian Boone turned on the Jets, went and met him and said, "Not today, young man."
All right, 3:06 left. That's not bad. They got that drive over in 1 minute and 28 seconds. A 3-and-out this defense had to have, and they did it.
All right, Willie Nelson back.
Willie's back at the 45. It's still a 3-point game. Morador, the punt. This one straight up in the air. Longview needs to stay away. Hits at the 50 and will die right there. Lobos have a 50-yard field and 2:59 left in this game to try to make a trip to the state championship next week.
You know how far Jerry's World is from here?
Not far.
50 yards.
Ouch. All right. There you go, guys. 2:59 left in this season. Is it going to be the last 2:59 for Longview or the last 2:59 for Aledo? First down and 10, 50-yard line. Put the seatbelt on, strap in. First down, handoff Johnson for 3, although they're walking this back to about 2-yard gain to the 48-yard line, 2nd and 8.
Yeah, I don't know if I followed the guard on that instead of the running back, but not as much as I thought was there initially either way.
Clock rolling. 2nd down and 8. Longview, no big hurry.
Fewer umbrellas out now. Won't be surprised if they don't go back to the pitch.
Both sides standing. I don't think there's too many people in this place sitting right now unless they just can't get up. 2nd down and 8, 2:20 left. Allen back to pass. He's looking, nothing there. He's trying to run. He tosses toward the sideline out of bounds. He saves the clock and the yardage.
Barely got it back to the line of scrimmage.
And it's going to be 3rd down and 8. 2 plays left for sure.
They went with Tatum in the slot that time, but then rolled to the other side away from him. Again,
the Aledo defense getting the fans stirred up. Here they come. 2:13 left. 3rd down 8. Got to get the 40-yard line. Allen back to pass. He's got room to run. He doesn't run. Instead, he throws, caught by Hale at the 32-yard line. Wow, 1st down Longview.
It was awful tempting to take off, but that number 8's pretty good, and he'll help you out. Little low pass, but Hale said, not going to let it hit that turf. I'm going to go get it.
Ball at the 33-yard line. They gain 15. New set of downs. Clock starts rolling. 1:50 left. Allen, handoff, Tatum. Most running room he's had for a while. Ball pops out. Ball pops out at the end of it. No! Aledo will recover it at the 29-yard line with 1:40 left in the game.
You got 3 timeouts, but it may not be enough. You may get another touch, but you're not going to have much time to do anything if you do. Tatum did a great job. He was into the secondary for one of the rare occurrences today. Simply tried to get a little extra. So many times when you see running backs try to get a little extra, somehow the ball gets punched out.
First down, Aledo. 1:40 left. Lobos about to use those timeouts. First snap, first handoff. Nothing doing. Call timeout. 134, 133, 132. They still haven't. There, we finally blow it dead at 131.
Well, if you're the Lobos, you got to gamble a little bit. You may come with more run blitz. You got to be trying to punch the ball out. If you're Aledo, you just want to put two hands around the football, get what you can, run as much clock off as you can.
2nd down and 10. 17-14. Lobos have not scored in the second half. They led it 14-3 at the half. The wind is picking up a little bit again. 131 left.
Looks like they're going to add a couple of seconds. They were a little slow getting the clock stopped.
$135. They'll put 4 seconds back on the clock and make it 135. We'll see if that 4 seconds matters.
Well, it may. It's a good job by the officiating crew to make sure every second counts in this ball game.
2nd down and 10. 29-yard line. High snap. Haney pulls it down. He's going to be taken down at the 25-yard line. They'll blow the whistle again with 1:29 left. That one took 6 seconds.
One would think that they would not throw the football here, that if you throw the football, you could give the other team a timeout. Not throwing the football limits your ability to pick up a first down under these circumstances. You probably don't want to drop back against this very potent pass rush. You probably don't want to give that ball-hawking secondary of Longview an opportunity to pick one off. So you want to run something to take a little time off. You may see a little sweep play or something to take a couple extra seconds. If you're at home thinking, well, you got Willie Nelson with the possibility of returning a punt. I'll be shocked if Aledo lets him touch the punt. I would expect them to punt away from him almost to the sideline to make sure he has no opportunity to return the football.
Well, you're shooting a play ahead because third down matters right now. I would bet that Aledo's not going to want to risk an exchange. I would think this is Haney and probably right up the middle or maybe going wide, try to eat a little bit more time. I can't imagine they hand the ball off here.
Yeah, you may see him sidestep a little bit.
3rd down, 15. Haney back to pass. He's back to pass. He's going to throw one deep. He's got Pope who can't quite get there with 1:23 left. They risked stopping the clock, and they did it. And they just saved John King at least one timeout.
Yeah, if you're Longview, you got your Christmas present earlier in the form of an extra timeout here late in this ball game.
I'll tell you what, if he's not got the wind at his back, Pope was open. He got behind the Lobo defenders, and a pass without the wind is probably the game ender. Instead, the wind helped the Lobos just enough to blow that long, and now it is Willie Nelson back at the 40-yard line.
I don't know if he's deep enough because we just saw what the pass did in that jet stream.
Yep, he's standing short, though. Marauder with the punt. Here it comes. He doesn't have much on it. Kicked it off the side of his foot. It goes out of bounds at the 44-yard line on the Lobos side of the field. Excuse me, on the Bearcat side of the field. And they're actually going to mark him at the 44 exactly. Now remember, this is a 3-point ball game. Longview does not have to get in the end zone. They just got to get close enough for Michael Fields to try to tie this thing.
Well, in this win, that will not be an easy task.
Wow. The worst time you can get a bad punt, and they got it.
Well, the senior Jordan Allen comes back out here with an opportunity to be a hero.
1:16 left. You probably in this win need to get to about the 20-yard line. 1st down, Allen back to pass. He's got time. He's running out of time. He's going to get taken down from behind at the 50-yard line. And the Lobos are going to have to take the timeout.
Yeah, they're not going to take it because they think it's worth more if they can pick up a first here. Instead, they take it late.
All the worst things that could happen there.
Yeah, you don't want to sack You certainly, if you're going to call your timeout, want to call it as fast as possible. But there was a little bit of confusion over on the sideline.
And we've got 56 seconds left. And Jordan in his head is going to have an internal clock saying, I've got 1, 2, 3. If my guy's not there, I got to throw it away. We play for the next down, or I got to take off and run. You can't buy time in the backfield now. You got to go forward because you got to get to the 20-yard line.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how big of an umbrella does Aledo have out in the secondary. Do they have room for you to drag maybe Taylor Tatum across there, get him into the secondary with an opportunity?
Clock is an enemy now, and Longview can't stop it anymore. You can still work the middle of the field, but you're going to have to be in a hurry getting there, or you got to get it to at least the 33-yard line.
Looks like Aledo wants a timeout.
They will burn their first. It comes with 56 seconds left in this ball game.
I think they were looking at the personnel coming onto the field and wanted to make a decision accordingly.
11 o'clock tomorrow morning, one of these two teams is going to be in the state championship game. We got 56 seconds, which seems like a lifetime to decide it. I said, I'm sorry, next Saturday. Not this Saturday, next. I want it to be tomorrow already.
Well, I'd like to be back here tomorrow and have a replay because this is a great matchup. And right now, both coaches are going over the scenarios of, did we see lightning or something?
Oh, my gosh, I hope not. But they're walking everybody off the field. You got to be kidding me. With 56 seconds left in this game, they're going to walk both teams back into the locker room, and apparently there was lightning, and if that's the case, we got a 30-minute delay coming.
If you had dinner reservations, you might want to cancel them if you're in the stand.
Holy cow. You have got to be kidding. We got down to 56 seconds, and apparently their equipment registered lightning close enough that it made the officials have to take everybody who's involved in this on the field off the field.
And for those of us who are looking at weather, those of us with AT&T are struggling. We're not able to get a whole lot of read on weather maps. We're dependent on our cohorts with Verizon to tell us what's out there on the horizon. But, yeah, it's tough right now because – but if you're Longview, you got 30 minutes to come up with a play or two. You can actually go inside and start drawing some stuff up.
Or maybe that wind will shift. Maybe this thing will blow through, and instead of that wind blowing in our face in the last 56 seconds, then maybe we get the wind to our back in the last 56 seconds, and it makes the world a whole lot easier.
Well, we're about to find out how faithful the Longview visiting fans are. If they're believers, they'll be here 30 minutes from now.
Oh, they're not going anywhere.
If they're Christmas shoppers.
No, they're not going anywhere. They may be going back to the car to stay out of being outside for this.
Oh, there's your lightning.
There's your lightning. Yeah. Now it's close enough, and we saw it now, that it's obvious. Now, it seems to be off to our south, it looks like.
Yes, over to the southeast side of the stadium. Not sure which way, and it looks like direction of the clouds moving is going south. So maybe that stuff will blow out of here pretty quickly. Then again, there could be more behind it. Who knows?
When we looked at it at halftime, the weather map, there was a pretty good front that was between Fort Worth and Abilene. But that was moving in this direction, and that line, of course, that was, probably about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. That line was moving in this direction. If you guys at home have a weather service map or whatever on your phone that you can take a look at it, you probably see that line that we can't see. But right now it looks like we are going to be taking a break on this one and getting a long time. As if the anguish wasn't bad enough, we're going to add 30 minutes of having to wait through it before we call this thing and decide who's going to go on to the state championship next week. We're going to take a bit of a break. We're just going to be talking to you for a while, so we're going to keep stuff up on the screen and let you see what's going on. As we get closer, we'll hop back on here and we'll talk to you some more and hopefully figure out the last couple of minutes or last 56 seconds of this thing, and it brings us to a conclusion that may be something we're all hoping for if you're wearing green and white and yellow. All right, Chuck, Zach, Tony, Kirk, here on Longview ISD's presentation of Lobo football. We'll keep you with the picture, but we're going to turn off the sound. We'll come back in a little bit.
The smartest choice you can make for your child's future is Longview ISD. Longview schools go beyond the traditional to offer a complete education, creating lifelong learners. Longview ISD empowers your child to take on the world from their first day of school to graduation and prepares them for whatever career they may choose, offering all the benefits of private education without the cost. Educate yourself and choose Longview ISD. Are you ready to get into teaching at Longview ISD? We're an innovative school district with modern campuses, high-tech teaching tools, and a challenging and diverse curriculum. Longview ISD proudly recognizes and rewards teaching excellence and offers professional growth and a generous salary and benefits package. But the number one reason to become a teacher at Longview ISD is this. Join our team today. Longview ISD, education with purpose.
Welcome back. We are still in a lightning delay here from John Kincaid Stadium, South Dallas, as we were about less than a minute away from deciding who would win this state semifinal game, but we are in rain delay. We're joined by our producer, Frank. Our buddy Morgan has hopped on with us. We're going to try to update you on what we know, and what we know is not a whole lot right now, other than they've asked people to leave the stadium to seek shelter. The lightning has to completely pass. It is typically 30 minutes from the last time someone sees a strike of lightning, that being the officiating crew, the officials here operating the ball game, until we get started again. There'll be plenty of time to allow everybody to get back into the stadium in order to see the last 55, 56 seconds of this ball game.
I was down there about to have a dang heart attack in the end zone. I was so excited, and the ref stopped the game. Wasn't very happy about it.
Yeah, well, there wasn't a whole lot we can do. Hey, who are the kids that are operating the cameras?
That's going to be a Frank question there. Longview ISD, I want to give a shout-out to them. We'll put her on real quick.
Yeah, this is Karina. She is helping us with the tight camera at the 50, and Karina's been with us for a couple weeks. Karina, you've been with us for a couple weeks now, towards the end of the season. Talk to us a little bit about how much fun this is, getting to travel with the team and broadcast these Lobo games.
I mean, it's fun. You meet people, you hang out with, you make new friends, and you travel a lot.
What grade are you in?
Junior.
You have to think about it.
I'm a junior.
Nice. Know where you going to college yet? Not yet. That's fine.
And Karina, I've got to give it to her. She's been weathering the storm. She's cold. She's shivering. So we don't want to put you on the spot too much longer, Karina.
Well, you should have just had Cam or Jason give you their jackets.
She should have, yes.
Or maybe Tony while he's laughing.
We'll let Tony pop back on here. Yeah, and Paige has been on the field cam with us all day, weathering the actual real storm. So I've seen her down there with one hand on an umbrella and the other hand on the camera, doing solid work down there for us.
Well, they do a great job, and it's a really outstanding program there at Longview ISD, where we have this outstanding group of young people who are able to put a broadcast this good onto the stream and allow people who aren't able to get here today. It looks like about over 10,000 people were here today, but if you weren't able to get it, thanks to these young people who've lent their talent to the broadcast and the school district for getting all the paperwork together in order for us to have this broadcast. Very cool.
And that's great.
We don't want to leave you because I know what that's like. You're going to have a heart attack not knowing if you're going to miss the end of the game. But the timing almost feels like the cliffhanger at the end of a TV series, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We're going to have to wait 45 minutes to see how this one plays out.
I wonder how, like the adrenaline was up. I mean, and here we go, 30 minutes, so it's probably going to be 45 minutes. And players are going to have to come out, get warmed up again. I mean, it's going to be almost like starting from scratch.
Well,
except for with a lot on the line.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're the offensive side of Aledo or the defensive side of Longview, you probably don't have to worry that much about warming up. But if you're the Aledo defense and Longview offense, you got a lot of football left in 56 seconds. Now, no timeouts left for Longview. They burnt their last timeout prior to the lightning strike. And so it's just 56 seconds, and they've got to figure out how to move the football and use up that how much little time they got left.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting when they come back. I think we'll have a lot of eyes. Probably everybody in the state's going to want to know how this game ends. It's been a great game. Longview going in 14-3 at halftime. Aledo coming out, striking right off the bat to making it 14-10. And then it goes back. I just can't get this punter dropping the ball, picking it up, and running for 35, 40 yards.
Where were you at on that play?
I was right behind him.
Okay, you were down on the field. Chuck wasn't even sure. It almost looked like he did it intentionally.
He caught it, looked up, dropped it, and just picked it up and was like, nobody's coming for me.
Just as bad a luck as you can possibly have on a play like that, because that's the one punt the day that the Lobos had a return set up. Everyone's back to the line of scrimmage, and he turned what looked like it could have been a block punt in their end zone into a first down, and that was a huge momentum swinger here in the fourth quarter.
We have I was in the corner of the end zone, both of Jalen's catches. Touchdown catches. I mean, it's, what I'm worried about right here when they come back out is you're giving Aledo, great coaching staff, 30, 40 minutes to figure out what they're going to do with Jalen Hill because the ball's coming his way.
But you're giving John King and his staff 30, 45 minutes to figure out how to do something a little different that Aledo hasn't seen today.
Well, that's true, but it's 30 to 45 minutes to figure out how they're going to pass the ball to Jalen Hill.
Well,
yeah, so we're going to see something we don't see very often with the Lobo offense.
I really thought right before they went to before they went to the break, the Lightning delay, that what they would try to do would try to get Tatum the ball in the secondary. They've drug him across the field at times. You've got several plays. You don't have to run one play and try to heave it up to Jalen Hill. Certainly, that's a great alternative any time, but you can get Tatum the ball from the slot into the secondary. You got to figure he just right now is a bundle of emotions, having had the fumble here late.
Yeah.
And he would love an opportunity to redeem himself. And you get that guy in the secondary. They've been keying on him all day. They've had so many people at every turn. But if you could get him in the secondary and let him break a tackle or two, he could do some things to get you to the end zone or in position to kick a field goal.
And with all the attention that's going to be on Jalen and Taylor, if they can give Jordan Allen just enough time to progress to find DK Reese on this side of the football field, there's no way they're going to have him doubled. He's going to be open, and the kid can play.
Oh, sure. They've got alternative receivers, and that may be something they're considering because you were thinking Jalen Hill. I'm thinking they're going to know that he's going to be double teamed.
Yeah.
They're going to shade towards him. I think they may use him as a decoy as much as anything.
Well, we're going to find out. Some scores from across the state. I'm sure you've been giving them updates. Austin Vandergrift beat Katy Tigers. I couldn't believe
Big
that.
upset.
Yep, and of course, DeSoto, it's halftime, and they're up 26-7. I wonder if Geyer's quarterback's injured.
I don't know, but DeSoto, who's literally down the street from where we're sitting right now, outstanding program here in the southern part of the Metroplex. Really no surprise. They've been very good for a lot of years, so no surprise that they're handling Geyer right now.
And Duncanville and Prosper are under a delay as well.
So, and I'm not sure where that is.
It's at Ford Stadium, North Frisco. Okay. Austin Westlake is down to Galena North Park, 21-12.
Wow.
Not North Park, North Shore.
North Shore.
It says North Park, but yeah. I know them as North Shore.
Well, those may be the two best teams in the big division right there. But, going back to I'm guessing that is not Ford Stadium in Frisco. I'm guessing that may be Ford Stadium at SMU, that if they're outdoors.
That's Toyota Stadium in Frisco, isn't it? You're right.
Yeah. So Ford Stadium's actually the Star.
Well, there's two. There's a team playing at the Star right now, which is not Duncanville.
But I think Gerald Ford Stadium is on the campus of SMU.
Okay.
So they're probably dealing with what we're dealing with right now.
What a way for a state championship. 56 seconds, lightning delay.
Yeah, well, as I said when they got the ball back, it's only 44 yards to Jerry's World if you can punch it in. You got to punch it in.
And keep in mind, something that we haven't alluded to is the Lobos don't have to score a touchdown here.
No.
We're only down by 3.
We have one of the best kickers in the state. The only issue with that statement is he hasn't really kicked any field goals.
Yeah, he hadn't been called upon this year to kick many field goals. He's got a breeze to his face. He's got a
Tony,
pretty good
this is what I would call a 3-club win. Not a breeze.
And then on top of that,
from 180, you're hitting a driver into
They better have somebody in there with a heater and an air compressor or something drying one of these footballs out.
Sure.
So when they come down there, that thing is dry back to the holder.
Well, and right now it's going to be tough to keep any football dry because this is the most rain we've had all day, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and
it's raining hard right now.
No one knocked on wood, but this was, up until the delay, the fastest moving football game of the season by a mile. It was an hour and 45 minutes to its conclusion. Yeah. And
I handed my camera equipment to somebody to go put up for me. It's rained as hard as it's rained all day.
Yeah, well,
you know how expensive that stuff is. I'm sitting down there looking at it, just sitting there.
Well, I will say this as well. One of the reasons we've had such a quick broadcast today is both bands, due to the rain, said 14 minutes fine. We don't need more than that.
Yeah.
We'll get out here.
Yeah, halftime was quick.
We'll march up and down the field a couple times, play a couple of tunes, and let the drill teams perform, and we'll get on out of here. And so, that was another reason for the quickness of this broadcast. But all that is going away now as we continue to be in a temporary lightning delay.
Well, Tony, I know you're a big open mic guy. You can work on your 5-minute spot here if you're ready. Just see if you can entertain us.
It's hard to make light of anything when it's such a tough situation. The Lobos' backs are against the wall right now. They've got 14-0, a completely untarnished season, number one ranked all year, and you're on the brink of elimination, 3 points down with under a minute to go, and
going into the win,
yeah,
rain coming down hard, everything against you right now.
Yeah,
and they were the definition of a second half team coming into this one, and they've been shut out here in the second half.
But their defense has really showed up here in the fourth quarter to give them this other opportunity. We talked about the devastating fumble that Taylor Tatum had, but they got another opportunity because of how good their defense is, and so. You know, in years going forward, should they come back and win this and win next weekend, they'll talk about the day God intervened with the Lightning.
This is true.
And it felt worse than it was, but the Jordan Allen sack was only a 6-yard loss. So we're not staring at 2nd and 25 here. This is doable. It's 2nd and 16, no timeouts, but, you know, this is what John King, this is what he lives for.
Yeah, and it's tough. I had forgotten about the sack there. It actually is now about 55, 56 yards away because of the sack he took there. And but they won't start the clock till they can come to the line, and they'll get a chance. There'll be no kickoff or anything like that. It's simply come out, the official will crank the clock, they'll take a snap and go to play right away.
This is the first rain we've had today. We have to worry about equipment and stuff like that. The wind's blowing it right towards us, unfortunately. But
I thought they only did rain delays at Ohio State University.
No, we look out for the young people. This being a Longview ISD broadcast, we're reminded our number one job in the education industry, we look out for young people. And that's why they're all huddled up inside the actual gymnasium next door that also serves as a field house here at John Kincaid Stadium. And so everybody's safe. The fans are in their cars. They're riding it out in their cars. And us here, we're outside, but we're underneath the overhang of the press box and relatively dry at this time.
yes, let's knock on some wood here. If that wind shifts, it's going to get pretty ugly quickly.
Well, guys, we got anything else to add, or just want to keep?
Well, you know, I don't know how to kill 30, 45 minutes.
Sure, and it'd be different if we could show you something. There's not a single fan in the stands. There's not a person on the field.
Yeah.
The scoreboard's not moving. You can't see past the outside of the stadium because of the rain. So you're just going to have to look at this screen and listen to us for a few minutes. We don't, like I said, we don't want to kill the broadcast and risk having any issues bringing you the exciting end of this football game, trying to start it back up.
And we do see some people exiting from the Longview parking lot. We were speculating, is that just to go down the street and grab a bite because obviously the concession stand's closed up as well, or have they turned east to head home to Longview? If you have turned east, we promise you we're going to do everything we can to bring you this Longview ISD broadcast to the very end.
We'll stay here all night.
if Morgan has to.
No, I'll stay here.
Yeah,
don't have to worry about that.
Morgan and I, Chuck Zach's taking a little breather. When you're the play-by-play guy, he's the one we've got to save the golden voice for. So
That's
we
right.
can't be burning him up here in the delay. If you're wondering where Chuck is gone, we've got him over there and ready to go for when the time comes.
Found Chuck is pretty popular online.
Are they singing his praises?
They love Chuck. They're like, who's this Tony guy?
Yeah, well, I've heard that for the last 20 years, so I'm not surprised. When you are the sidekick, you get used to that. When you're the Gabby Hayes of high school football, you live with that. So,
I don't
yeah.
know that I didn't get that reference. So
I was
I don't
gonna
know that
say,
our audience will. You're going to have to elaborate a little bit on that.
We have
one.
a few folks that are old enough to remember John Wayne's sidekick. So if you don't, then you're un-American in my book. But Chuck and I have had the good fortune to call high school football and be around high school football for the last 20 years. He, in my mind, is one of the premier broadcasters in our part of the country, does an outstanding job. I fill in a little airtime occasionally so he can catch his breath, and that's the main reason I hang around. For circumstances like this is why I'm here.
You did miss one game this year, and Keaton Daniels, our sidekick on the field down there, filled in for you pretty nicely.
And I'll be honest, I'm surprised. And once again, I'll use an old person's reference. I'm surprised I wasn't Wally Pipp.
I know that one.
He did such a fantastic job that I should have been pipped after that.
I promise you, I was rooting for him.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you. Keaton does an outstanding job. I'll be put out to pasture soon enough. Keaton to be prepared.
It is pouring now.
Yeah, we're getting a deluge right now. And what'd you call it? A 3-club wind coming out of the north? I got that golf reference.
One of the end zones is flooding.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's going to be flooded with Lobos in about 45 minutes. Am I right?
We need that to be a celebratory location here in a little bit when we get the Lobos out on the field. We hope they slide in there like it's wet and wild. Another old reference for you there.
I grew up in the late 80s. We had a wet and wild.
I know about that.
Morgan's still cruising the internet to bring the latest scores and comments.
None of our phones are getting any service.
Yeah, he must have Verizon.
Well, listen, man, sometimes, they have their favorites.
Tricks of the trade.
You know what I mean?
Well, I have a phone that's of little use right now other than getting texts from my son. That's the only thing I've been getting. But this is a unique place. It is a stadium that I mentioned is built a little less than 20 years ago by DISD here south of I-20. It's got a track, and when you have a track like this, you're a ways off from the field, but still, I think for a stadium, it's got excellent sight lines. You've been down on the sideline. It's obviously a lot of room for folks like yourself who are down there taking pictures and things like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of room here. I mean, there's more people than have been at most games this week, or this season. So we got some great photos. Got both the Jalen Hills TDs, got both catches. And it's just been an exciting game. It's almost hard to do your job when a game's just been this exciting.
Well, I refer to these types of games as crying games because at the end of the game, somebody's going to be crying. And it may be tears of joy and it may just be tears of heartbreak. But I promise you, these playoff games this deep into the playoffs, you've got a crying game going on right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Frank doing his best to protect the equipment.
Yes, we've got the umbrella out now. Finally, we made it almost the entire game.
Where's your caddy? I thought you were a heck of a golfer. I figured you'd have a caddy that followed you everywhere and would bring the big golf umbrella out.
You are mistaken. I can play, but not well.
I'm still wondering why I got talked into putting on headphones in a lightning delay.
Well, I mean, we figured if anybody could talk for 45 minutes, it'd be you.
Well, as a professional educator, I appreciate that. So this is 2 days in a row for me. Yesterday, I was a minute from my school day being done, and we got put into lockdown, so I got to spend an extra hour at the school yesterday with my fifth period class, and that was a lot of fun. They had already had an hour and 25 minutes with me, and they got an additional hour yesterday. So
I'm sure they enjoyed it.
This is 2 days in a row. I got to spend extra time at work. So. But today's really not work. Today's just a lot of pleasure doing this for the school district. We're just so grateful that folks have had an opportunity to watch this game that is not over yet. We remind you, there's just under a minute to go, and the Lobos, sans any timeouts, but not out of hope yet, have 2nd and 15, looking for an opportunity 3 points down to either go down and tie this thing up and send it to overtime, or get it in the end zone and go ahead and move on to the state championship next week over at AT&T Stadium in Arlington.
That's what I'm praying for.
Now I'm holding an umbrella. This is not doing a lot for my vanity.
You asked where my caddy was.
I'm sitting next to you. I didn't realize it.
Let us know in the comments where you're watching from.
Because I'm sure it's drier than where we're at. It's almost to where I'm going to have to use my daughter's least favorite word. It's getting a little moist up here. So.
Yeah, it looks like most of you stayed with us. We do appreciate that. And again, we apologize. Our field camera obviously is out of commission. Our camera 2 is out of commission because of the weather at the moment. So this is the best we can do for the break. But we don't want to leave this and risk not coming back with the action, because this is literally the season on the line here in a couple minutes.
We have people asking what's going on. Longview has the ball. There's 56 seconds left. 56 yards for the touchdown. They need a field goal to tie it. Wind is in Longview's face, and not just a little wind. What would you get? What would you guess?
15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour. Max.
It's not a breeze.
This is going to be.
They're going to need to get to the 20 to be in legit field goal range, regardless of who the kicker is.
But
I believe we're at the 50 or it's 50 yards. I believe that's the 50. I can see that yard marker, but I'm not sure.
And it's against the Aledo team that's won how many, 11 or 12 state championships? Where's my experts on this? They've won about a dozen.
I thought they won 10.
10. Well, either way, it's more than Carthage has, and that in East Texas is how we measure the number. If you've won more state championships in Carthage, who, by the way, won last night to advance to the state championship, they beat a very game Glen Rose team last night at the Star in Arlington.
I watched that. I was really surprised.
And you should have recognized the officiating crew. It's the same crew that's working this one today.
Is it really?
Yeah, so they've had a busy weekend.
I tried to tune in, but I couldn't because Morgan was watching.
I was wondering who tried to get on my account.
Kicked me, bumped me off.
Yeah, somebody tried to get on my account, and I was like, no, sir.
I didn't know.
I'm watching.
But either way,
so the PA announcer says another strike hit close 5 minutes ago, so the 35-minute delay is going to start over.
well, we're on the he said we're 25 minutes away.
He did say that. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought he said 25 minutes
it's a
starts over.
30-minute
Frank,
delay.
I
He
don't
said
know
5
if our
minutes ago.
camera can pick it up, but it is flooding down there.
It can.
In that
Gotta
end
find a
zone.
camera person right quick.
Well, I mean, ain't that big of a deal.
Oh, the corner of the end zone there, yeah. Here, I've got nothing else to do. I'll just work the camera.
Are we breaking, gentlemen, or are we taking a break? Or
I think Morgan's going to go check on his equipment for just a minute. So maybe it may be the Frank and Tony.
well, we remind
Entertainment
you,
hour.
Yeah, we remind you that it's not all that entertaining, unfortunately, right now, as we're in this rain delay coming to you from John Kincaid Stadium, where we've been put into a lightning delay due to the elements, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it. The officials have decided to protect the player safety. We're certainly protecting the safety of our camera people who are Longview ISD students. And so they're just as important to us as the players, and we're protecting them. And so we're going to be limited on what we can show you when we come back. But I promise you, we're going to hang around and try to show you the last 56 seconds of this game. And
I've got the camera view set to where you kind of have an idea of what the weather's doing to us
Yes.
right now. There's a massive pile of water towards the south end zone here.
And it's really about lightning right now, as we've had to restart the clock, and we knew this was a possibility coming into this afternoon. Chuck Zach has rejoined us. He's given his voice a little bit of a rest. I don't know if you got a chance to look at scores, or if you got a chance to look at rain or weather, or you just got a chance to look at us sitting here trying to stretch out.
Yeah, I was just mocking you guys.
Yeah, and it's
Honestly.
unfortunate for the Lobos timing-wise. They're going to come back out from this delay and be forced into the briskest wind we've seen all night, the hardest rain we've seen all night, and they're going to have to throw the football into this.
Well, they got 25 minutes. You know, they've got 28 minutes now back up on the clock. So they got 28 minutes to start this thing counting back down again. The rain's coming right now. I know you guys mentioned the south end zone, and from the view that you've got the camera set up, you can see the puddle over there. But that's 100 yards away from where the action actually is, which is heading toward the north end zone. Now, Lobos had the ball 50-ish yard line heading in the other direction. So, honestly, looking at the field, that north side's not terrible. There's not standing water yet onto the field. I know it's really at the edge of the end zone where you can see it on the south side, but there's nothing like that on the north side. So, if the rain doesn't get out of control, the field's going to be wet, but it won't be puddly wet. Which I don't know if that has any factor at all.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit on that.
Okay.
Because since we've gone to turf fields, we don't have the crown we used to have.
True.
And when we used to have the grass fields, we had the crown, and the crown drained the field. It is very different now with these turf fields. We've got a much flatter playing surface.
True.
That does hold water more than the old grass used to in many cases. So it's going to be very slip and slide-esque out there.
Oh, no
And
question.
so-
But it's not puddling like
No,
it is
you
on
may
the
not-
view you saw a minute
you may
ago.
not have the puddles,
Right.
but it's still going to be a saturated track. And as we talk about what is John King and his staff pondering right now, that's part of the equation they've got to deal with. Coaches forever have had to deal with halftime adjustments. They don't very often have to deal with a 45-minute to an hour adjustment on weather.
Yeah, and if you're in your car in the parking lot here and you're tuning in for updates, we will let you know when the PA announcer says you can safely enter the building. And just to reset, if it's as unlikely as it is, if you're just joining us, your eyes do not deceive you. There is 56 seconds left in this ball game. Your Lobos trail by 3. The ball's at midfield, and they do have the football. So we're going to come back with as much action as we've seen, as much on the line as we've seen all year. Hopefully here in the next 25 minutes or so.
The wind to me has come down a little bit. I don't think it's quite as big as it was. This front, obviously it was fronting this front. So as this front has started to move its way through, it's bringing all this moisture, but a little bit less wind. And that may be a thing. I'm looking at the flags on the north end of the end zone, and they're pretty, and not even the goalpost flags, but the flags out past that, and it's not moving much at all.
Is that because they're so saturated?
You would think maybe not, but I just don't think there's quite as much wind. Even the rain is falling more straight down now that you can see in the lights here as opposed to blowing in.
In your opinion, is that a trade you would make? Less wind, more rain, or would you prefer the high winds and light rain? In this particular situation?
Going in the direction they're going, I don't want any wind.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because if this 56 seconds allows the Lobos to get close enough for Michael Fields to get a chance to tie this and we get to stay even longer and do some overtime football, then you want that shot. The rain's going to make a big difference on what's left of the second and third and fourth downs that are left here. But the wind's not going to make as big a deal on potentially the kick if we can get that wind going away or moving in the other direction where it's blowing from south to north and maybe get the wind behind Michael. I mean, right now, if I'm John King, I'm like, I want to see what that wind's doing, and I need to know, do I need to get to the 20-yard line? Can he make a 37-yard kick from here, or do I need to get to the 15-yard line? Can he get a 31-yard kick from here with the wind doing whatever it is it's doing?
So adjustments-wise, you've seen Aledo's defensive setup and attack for this Longview passing offense the last two drives. If you're John King, what are you thinking about coming out of this break with? You know DK Reese is not going to have the coverage rolled over his way. You know they're looking at Taylor in the slot. You know Jalen's going to have two men on him. What do you do, Chuck? What do you look to do here?
Tony said his name a half dozen times. Somewhere in there, Elijah Johnson, I think, has the ability. You got to be thinking the 33-yard line. You got to be thinking that first down. I don't have to be thinking the 20 just yet. To me, I want Elijah getting the ball in his hands. I want him to get a chance to get this thing close enough so that the potential last play, if it's a fourth down and we have to get a first, is manageable. I don't want to take a deep shot, and they may come out and throw a bomb, and it may be to Freddie Hawkins, and they may win the football game. But in my mind, the way this thing has looked, you're right, a lot of attention's rolled over to Jalen, a lot of attention's rolled over to Taylor, and still to me, Elijah is the most reliable, potentially dangerous weapon for what's about a 15-yard window you need right now.
Well, and you don't have to get it all in one play.
No.
And time again, I'm going to say to all my skill position people, time is more important than distance right now. If you have an opportunity to get out of bounds, get out of bounds. Stop the clock. We've got another play or two. Be aware of that. Now, if it's fourth down, you got to get a first. I understand that. But in the meantime, you try to get as close as you can and save as much time as possible.
Yeah, they've reset the clock to another 30, so we've run back 30 again. We keep getting down to about 22-ish minutes, and then we get another lightning strike. We started this game showing you the skyline in Dallas off to our left, to our north. You can't even see it now.
Yes.
That's what's between us and the city is just low-lying, saturated clouds that are starting to make this a miserable place. And the camera people who have been working here, and we've got students who are dealing with cameras, and they're freezing, and it's cold, and they're doing this so you can get this game wherever it is you're sitting across the country and the world to be able to see Longview football. So, as always, we tip the hat to them because it's not an easy job. We get to sit up in underneath the overhang, and we're relatively dry and warm, and they're cold and they're wet, and it stinks. But
yeah, and
it's what you do for your school.
Absolutely. And these kids we've had on cameras have been exceptional here in these last couple of weeks in the playoffs, bringing these shots to you. One thing that I wanted to touch on about the Lobos when they come back, and we say it so often it's almost cliche at this point, but you have to win your matchups up front and give Jordan some time to throw the football because he is under heavy duress this entire drive so far. And the Lobos have had a little trouble with that tonight so far.
That's one of the reasons Chuck brings out Elijah Johnson. One of the reasons I hadn't brought up Elijah's name as a possible target. So many times Elijah has to stay in and be the personal protector for Jordan. So we'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if right now they're not lined up in formation in a locker room executing something that they have seen, that they anticipate being out here. This is such a chess match. I just cannot imagine that Aledo's going into the locker room thinking, have a seat, get comfortable.
Oh, no.
We'll go back.
No.
I got to think their
No.
defensive staff is together right now doing the same thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
What if we see this when we come out? What if we see that? What are we going to do?
It's almost like a heavyweight fight, giving two longtime expert boxers 45 minutes between the 11th and the 12th round to figure out how
Yes.
they're going to win the final match-deciding round. It's fascinating, if I can be honest with you.
You mentioned John King, but let's mention Chris Valerie, because that offensive coordinator and his staff of coaches are going to try to figure out, I've got 3 plays. It's second down. What am I going to do? This second down play is about to be huge when they come back on this field. An incomplete pass makes it 3rd and 16, and this gets a lot harder. Part of that, if you're living for 10 yards and you're thinking, well, they're going to worry about me trying to score a touchdown, I'm going to get 10 yards, they're going to give me something. Aledo's defense is going to give you something. The question is, are you on the same page of what they're on about what they're willing to give you? Are they going to put everybody back? Are they going to blitz? What's what they're going to do that they're going to allow you the opportunity to do? And if Chris Valerie figures that out, and they've reset the clock again back to 30, if they figure this out and they get this second down play, you got a chance to then consider, do we go for the end zone? Because if I'm John King and Chris Valerie, my thing right now is, where's Michael Fields comfortable? And we're going to be talking about, if it comes down to a kick, a kid who's going to have to approach a wet ball on a wet turf with a holder in Andrew Tutt who's going to have been cold coming out, with a snapper who's going to have to get the ball right on the spot for you. There's a lot of moving parts.
Let me add to that. With more on the line you could ever imagine on top of that.
And potentially the wind blowing in your face.
Yeah.
Well,
So let's
I
do all
disagree.
that.
Check the flag right now.
Yeah, no, it's moving in the other direction right now. I
all
get
of a
it.
sudden,
Pretty wild.
if the Lobos were on the field right now, the wind would be behind their back for the first time. And
Yeah.
that's no small matter, particularly when you're talking about a field goal to tie this thing up. And then all this talk about 56 seconds is out the window. We're talking about overtime.
Right. That's
So,
right.
yeah, which is its own little complicated.
Yeah, and I will go ahead and get out ahead of this one and apologize to Lobo Nation. I'm not going to be on the headset when the game's back on, but if they score a touchdown here, I don't know what you're going to hear from me, so we may.
No, don't yell.
It may, that may throw us off of the air. I'm going to be so excited. We are all super invested in this Lobos team. Yeah.
When you're a school broadcast, people do not expect professionalism.
Oh,
they
no,
expect
absolutely
people
not.
rooting for your school. And so
Professionalism is going to be thrown straight out the window if
I
the
would
Lobos score
remind
here.
you, at school, we have a certain type of language we use and other
I'll
language we
I'll
don't
avoid
use.
that.
And so,
Frank, you're going to end up in detention is what he's trying to say.
Chuck and I's teachers remind you there is a particular use of verbiage that is not allowed.
Discouraged.
And so, yes, quell thyself, young man.
Yes.
As we tell our students on a daily basis.
Control yourself. That's what we're doing.
we don't want to put the cart ahead of the horse here. So
no.
I'm genuinely there for a few minutes.
You're just warning people.
That was as nervous as I've been in a long time. Not about just a football game, just in general. I was a wreck. I'm sure we all were up here.
No, I was fine. I've been to a few of these.
You have, but no, we haven't. Lobo fans haven't been in a game like this since we've been covering them for a couple of years.
Yeah, you make fun of me being old and making old references, but I've been to a few of these. And,
well, yeah,
and
I'm not talking about when they wore leather helmets and didn't have a time clock.
I'm just telling you, this is high school football. And this is what makes high school football in Texas so beloved and so passionate. Is you've got a dozen classifications every year where you have these types of games with this much riding on it, and you have entire communities' emotions riding on it, and that's one of the beauties of this sport. And so, yeah, I enjoy this. This is one of the things I look forward to every year.
Well, we've got the camera on the clock now, so you can see how much time the folks here, when's the last time they've seen a lightning strike, because if they see another one,
Clock
you'll
starts
see
over.
it start back up at 30. We haven't worked that clock down under 20 yet, so we're kind of keeping an eye on that. But to be honest with you, it feels like it's calmed down.
Sure.
The rain's letting up a little bit. The wind has pretty much died completely down. It feels like we may be in the window here of some calm as long as the lightning will stay away.
So Chuck, for those of us that aren't in the know, is that the bar? Is it literally what they can see, or are they looking at a map that has lightning strikes on it?
Now, there's actually, I don't know if they're doing it anymore, but there used to be a handheld that allowed them to detect lightning within, I can't remember the distance.
We've got an answer directly to your right here. Let's pop her a mic. She's got an expert.
Hand her your microphone there for a moment, Chuck. Yeah.
You volunteered, so.
Yeah, we'll get this straight from the expert.
I'm not an expert.
This is Lizzie Baker, by the way. She joins us some pregame shows this year.
I'm a former athletic trainer, and so I always had to keep up with the lightning detector, and so there was a range for miles, and it would light up every time a lightning would strike however many miles away. And our rule at the time when I was an athletic trainer was that if it lit up 7 miles from where we were at, then we had to take cover.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you report that to your coaching staff or to the officiating crew?
Coaching staff for practice mainly, but during games, officials.
Okay, because I was going to go back to the fact that people may not realize that basically the house is it's the officials on game day, and they make the calls. And so they are the ones that are put into the position of having to say, restart the clock. At a practice, as you described, it would be the coaching staff protecting the players.
Now, I was an athletic trainer a good 10 years ago, so I'm not sure if the procedures are the same. I figure they would be the same today.
Sure.
But it's
I'm sure technology has advanced tremendously since then, so there's no telling what they've got to use, but something similar, I'm sure.
Yeah, and we are always told 7 miles.
7 miles. So okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker.
No problem.
So we're getting all kinds of input, and I think it's solid input. But either way, the bottom line is it's protecting students. That's what it's all about, trying to protect the students, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to do everything they can to make sure they don't put a student out here in a circumstance where there might be a possible lightning strike, and fans and everybody else here as well.
All right, well, we're under a lightning delay.
The wind is completely stopped, literally stopped, dead stopped. So that's a positive development if you're a Lobo fan, and if we can get this thing going in the next 20 minutes for sure.
You know, somebody posted something the other day about the what-ifs on one of the social media sites. What if? And they went back through a litany of things that have kind of been the what-ifs for Longview over the last, 50 years or so, and how many near misses there have been to the path of trying to get back to and win a state championship. Of course, it all went right in 2018, but in some of the other years, the what-ifs, a missed kick, a decision of the coaches, a fumbled ball, just a myriad of what ifs. So here we are in that what if, potentially one more time, that adds to that list and that angst of being a Longview fan who waited from 1937 to 2018 to finally get a state championship. And this has been discussed about the forum sites as potentially one of the most talented teams in the history of this school. It's certainly in the conversation of the top 5. We're talking about being 14-0, which doesn't happen very often. You're being the number 1 ranked team from the beginning of August until the beginning of December. And now we're at a what if of 56 seconds left to play, and a rain delay that potentially may keep these kids in the locker room for an hour or more before they get back out on the field. And what if that hadn't happened? What if they had some, chance to stay out and finish the 56 seconds? We may be standing on the either side of the what if. This may be the beginning of the Aledo. What if that hadn't happened, and what if we'd been able to stay out there?
So.
And what if the wind was still blowing, that Longview wouldn't have had a chance to kick a field goal? So there's going to be one school or the other. At the end of this, it's going to go what if.
Sure. In my non-expert opinion, the biggest what if for me so far is what if the Lobos don't have a punt return on when the punter drops the football on the 10-yard line.
Yeah, they were coming with the blitz.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going after.
That's the biggest what if.
And while that play was annoying, it didn't cost them points. It did cost them the potential of a short field.
They cost them momentum. And
Aledo didn't go down to score.
Play of the game.
Aledo didn't go down to score. They did get the ball back, but you're right. The potential short field, the potential of Willie Nelson catching a punt with the wind holding a punt up and giving the Lobos a short field, that all was certainly possible. It didn't have the ramification of it led to a touchdown.
Sure.
So there is the ability to recover from it. But it has been a huge part of this game so far, and they've reset the clock again. They just reset it again.
Yeah, which, let me get back to the weather for a moment. Someone sent me a screenshot where this line, that yellow line you talked about when we were going into it, is actually the very tip of it is now getting right where we are. So
the tip being the end of it.
Yeah, the back end of it seems to be about to pass through. There is still rain behind it, but it's all green. We're expected just to be rain without the lightning. Unfortunately, to the west of us is a worse-looking system.
Yeah.
And it is right now just exiting Fort Worth. I don't know what speed it's moving at. We seem to have a window coming up that may be really our only window for the next several hours.
But is that 30 minutes? Because we need 30 minutes of lightning.
I agree. And that's why you hope that they understand that if they're going to get this in, because we actually had someone say, what about, are there rain outs in football? We've got to get this thing in, I think, by midnight is when they have to get these in. They don't play on Sundays in Texas now. They have made exceptions in baseball the last few years to allow games to be finished on following Mondays. That used to be something the UIL never did. The UIL never allowed, they had a hard Saturday midnight to finish playoff baseball games, and it was a hard, you've got to get it in by then. But in recent years, the UIL has showed more leeway in such matters. So I don't want to sit here and tell you it's a hard, got to get it done by Saturday night at midnight or whatever. But in recent years, we've seen the UIL be a little more open-minded about finishing some baseball series.
And you bring up an interesting point here. Early in these playoffs, and even regular season, Longview was allowed or quick to move games from Friday to Thursday. We did a couple of those this season of seeing games get moved a day earlier because the window looked pretty rough for weather on the Friday that was coming up. Everybody this week knew Saturday was going to be a nightmare. Almost to the point of looking at it saying, you know what, can we shove that thing to Friday? Or can we shove it back to 11 o'clock in the morning and start it early before this thing looks like it's about to just unload? Because the lightning's the problem. The rain's not the problem. And every weather thing said, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you're going to see lightning.
But Chuck,
and we gambled on this.
You're going to ask coaches to cut back on their time to prepare for a football game.
Not if you move it to 11 o'clock Saturday morning.
I don't care if it's 3 hours in the morning or whatever. You know how coaches are. They argue over, well, I like playing on Friday night. Well, I like playing in Mesquite. I like playing.
Would they rather do that or sit like this?
I'm just saying they
until midnight.
Hope. And it's just tough a week out. And I know when you're looking at 10,000 people like today's gate, to tell them 24 hours before
come
we're
at 11.
Changing, that's a little tougher.
Yeah.
I'm just
and
saying.
The variable for those two games that were moved from Friday to Thursday, keep in mind, those were both senior nights.
Sure.
So that probably had a little bit more to do with it than the rain, just because you didn't want to run that night if you could avoid it.
No.
And both teams were close enough to home that you could do that.
Well, okay, it's whatever time it is right now, 5 o'clock. At 11 tonight, when we're still sitting here,
oh boy,
come back and say, we should have moved that game to 11 in the morning.
I don't know. I anticipate.
I don't know if we can keep our audience for another 6 hours.
I anticipate Frank's call for the last 56 seconds of that game to be amazing.
You guys will be on the road, huh? Me and Katie will do that.
No, at 11 tonight, I'll be at home.
Yeah.
You will.
Somebody will call it.
I'm just going to warn you. I have family nearby. I can make a call.
I'll just tell Chuck to leave the iPad. I'll ship it back.
Yeah, you don't get the iPad.
I'm not worried about it. You will do a fine job, Frank.
You only have 56 seconds. You can't screw that up.
Sure.
Yeah, we're getting a little stronger line of stuff coming now from our north. This is actually looking like we're going to get an increase in rain volume here very quickly. I don't know about lightning, but I know we're going to get a lot of rain now. It's getting a little bit darker here. Again, you're looking at the flag, and actually in the direction we've got that camera, it's where the storm front is coming from, and you can start to see the flag picking back up again. And so what we thought was that little calm window was like the eye of a hurricane, a little calm window, and now we're going to get back on the other side of this front. We're going to get a lot more rain. So you're going to hear us yapping on, I guess, for a while, unless Frank decides to turn off the microphones and go back to letting you guys watch picture. But we're at least, again, under another 30 minutes worth as they reset the clock just a couple of minutes ago.
Sure, and sundown's 5:15 tonight anyway, so it's going to be dark here shortly.
Which means we're not going to be able to see as much as we can right now, so we're really going to be flying blind about what the weather's doing. We can see it right now, and the low-hanging clouds have really dropped low now. This is about to be a pretty good rain front coming through. In another hour or less than that, 30 minutes, we're not going to be able to see anything. We'll just be looking at the stadium and can't tell you anything outside of that.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, we talked to a sports writer in the state of Arkansas who covered a game that ended up 63-62, and it said that there was so much fog he could hardly see the players on the field from the press box. So who knows what kind of conditions we're going to have when we finally get this thing in.
I know, but a lot of Lobo fans and a lot of Bearcat fans have migrated to the car. Some of them left, and I think they may have gone to get something to eat, recognizing it's going to be a while and we'll come back. But a lot of them are sitting in the parking lot, lights on, probably heater on. I would expect maybe this broadcast on.
Absolutely.
Trying to figure out what's happening. They haven't abandoned this yet. And I have a feeling if we start this thing up in an hour, these stands are going to be refilled like it would have been 2 hours ago.
I'm going to disagree with that, but I am going to point out to the fact.
You're annoying.
I am going to point out the fact that there are some people who are much brighter than us. Those 2 RVs I see across the way,
yeah.
Those people who drove their RVs this game, there's one behind us over here on the Aledo side. Those are children of a higher God. They are smarter than we are, and they came prepared. I brought a rain jacket. They brought an RV, and they're in there right now, I suspect napping.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, you're here, and this is one of those moments that you don't want to have to tell people. Like Morgan left the Cowboy game a few years ago early. I left and didn't get to see the Lobo score to win the game, right? You don't want to be that guy.
I'm in the fourth quarter of life, Frank. I've got so much time
Do you have the
left.
lead, or are you trailing still?
I'm just saying, I'm in the fourth quarter of life. You're a young man.
He's the guy tapping his brakes outside Dodger Stadium as Vin's calling the home run for Kirk Gibson.
I'm just warning you, Frank, at my stage in life, it's either I may leave or you may have to give me a place to nap. Something soft for dinner, by the way.
I don't think you're getting any of that. You're just going to have to gut through it. It's 17-14. There's 56 seconds left. If for some reason you have not been with us for the duration of this, we can recap what happened because this is a tale of really 3 games, if you will. Game 1 was the first quarter in which Lobo's offense just could not do anything, and Aledo left the first quarter with a 3-0 lead. And Game 2 was the second quarter where the Lobos actually figured out the offense. They got a couple of interceptions in that quarter. They got a couple of touchdown passes to Jalen Hale, and you have a 14-3 halftime lead. And Game 3 has been the second half, and the second half has basically been all Aledo. They scored 2 touchdowns. They took a 17-14 lead, and the Lobo offense has really been toothless for this entire second half, and it got us to a place where the defense managed to get a 3-and-out stop. They managed to get the football back after a horrible punt. They got sacked on the first play of the drive following that, and then the lightning delay happened. And so they've got to get to the 34-yard line. They've got what would be a 2nd and 16 when we get back to the field to start this out. They're trailing by a field goal. They have been shut out in this second half, which has not happened this season. And their defense gave up 2 third-quarter touchdowns, which hasn't happened in this season either. But they are now looking at we were talking earlier this week. Every team faces the game or the situation or the scenario where you're under duress. How are you going to react to that duress? This is the moment. At some point in time, we're going to get them back on the field. They're going to have 56 seconds. They're going to have under duress with no timeouts left, and they're trailing by 3 to a team that's won 11 state championships and knows what they're doing and knows how to win. And can the Lobos, in this instance, overcome the duress, win this game, go on to Jerry's World next week? And that's simple as it can be.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great assessment. I really think the wind has had the worst effect on the Longview offense. They lost the snap, and lost the toss today. And losing the toss today meant that they allowed the other team to dictate the win today. And the Lobos, while they got the ball to start the game, they had it into the win. They couldn't get a passing game going in the first quarter. When they got the win in the second quarter, they got their passing game going, had 2 outstanding plays. Then in the second half, they didn't take advantage of their win time.
Yeah, that third quarter, they wasted the third quarter.
Yes, well, it's because Aledo did such a great job with their ground game.
That's right.
And they completed a couple of passes, but it was mostly due to the success of their ground game.
Well, and we had talked about the fact that the third quarter, at one point in time, I think we had 140 yards or 130 yards of offense for Aledo and I think 3 for Longview in the first 3 drives. So Bearcat drive, the Lobo drive, a 3-and-out, the Bearcat drive, back-to-back touchdown drives. they forced a 3-and-out against Longview, and that turned this ball game around. A lot like last week, what Longview did to the Wolves of Mansfield-Timberview. That second half, their defense managed to get stops and then scored on 4 straight possessions and turned a 14-14 tie into the ultimate win last week. This got done to them so far this week, and Aledo turned the tables on them, and you can see championship pedigree in the Bearcats. They just don't fold. They just don't bobble. We didn't really get a chance to talk much about the coach here, Coach Buchanan, who at the beginning of this run of Aledo's success coached these guys to like 5 state championships. He gave way to Coach Wood and became the athletic director, and Coach Wood, who was his assistant coach, took over the mantle here and ran the team through about 2013-14, whatever it was. And then Buchanan took it back over again and picked it right back up again. This is actually his second stint as head coach, and between he and Coach Wood have just done, historic, because nobody's won as many state championships as this program, who never won their first one until 1998 and have dominated this state at whatever level they've been at the last 25 years.
Well, as division split and we went to 12 championships, no one's benefited more from it than Aledo. We talk about Carthage and their success and winning their titles. There's just been some teams that were positioned in the right level to really dominate. And for Aledo, it's been that 5A Division II. Now this year, there was some concern. Will they be able to dominate at the next level? It helped maybe that Highland Park went on up to 6A. Aledo moves into big school 5A, and they just haven't slowed down. They continue to dominate.
No, they just have not, and they reload. This is a real junior heavy-laden team too. This is not a team full of seniors. They replaced a bunch of graduating kids a year ago. Their defense had almost no starters back. Middle linebacker was one of the few starters back on defense. The rest of this team feels very junior heavy, which means if you're anybody in the state of Texas and you're looking at this again, you're going, holy cow, these guys are going to be back again next year. The defensive line is all seniors for the most part, but the linebackers, we got a junior in the linebackers, the entire secondary are underclassmen, and on the offensive side, 2 of the linemen are back. All of the backs are back. Daniels is back, Pope is back, the quarterback is back, Keys is back, the fullback. They'll lose the 2 receivers, but they got Finley, the freshman, who's at 1 receiver. This team is loaded up again for next year, kind of like Longview, who's got a lot of similarities. All the backs are coming back next year for Longview. All of the secondary, except for Curry, are back again next year, who are all underclassmen. You'll lose Jalen Hale like they'll lose their Jalen Pope. They're going to lose the same kinds of kids. But it wouldn't be shocking to me to be sitting here next year, hopefully without rain and wind, and see these 2 teams playing again.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the end of this game. We'd be sitting here next year.
Yeah, it could be that too.
Waiting on this rain delay to get over here.
Maybe.
But either way, we're under 20 minutes for the first time, I believe, aren't we? Have we been under 20 minutes before on the clock?
We have not. And we've heard thunder, which usually means there's lightning someplace.
It's out in front of the storm. We've already seen the lightning, now we got the thunder. But either way, we are setting at about just under 18 minutes. If you're sitting in one of the vehicles and wondering, and you can't see the clock here at the stadium, it is down to now 17:45 as we continue to hope the lightning has moved on out of the area.
I'm going to tell you, if you're sitting in your car, don't move out of that car until that clock hits 0. Then you come work your way back up here. Because when they hit 0, that means they're going to let the kids back out and onto the field. They're going to have a few minutes to warm up. You'll get back in this place. You're not getting out of that car as long as it's raining, and it's still got even 3 minutes left on that clock. Yeah. Until they get 0 and kids start coming out, don't move out of your car.
Can we flick the lights at the stadium?
What do you mean flick them?
Flip them up and down to tell you to come on. It's like,
like last
you're
call.
at one of those fancy musical gatherings or at the symphony, and they flick the lights.
Yeah, it's about to start.
Let you know that the intermission is over.
We could do that.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, if you do that, it may take 20 minutes for the lights to come back on. I don't know if they're those kind of lights or not. But anyway, it's Chuck, Zach, Tony, Kirk coming from, I guess, about 17 minutes left on that clock. Live for you from Kincaid Stadium, which John Kincaid was a pretty big figure in Texas sports. He was the first athletic director in Dallas Independent School District who was African-American. He's made the African-American Sports Hall of Fame here in the state of Texas. 38 years as an educator in DISD, from classroom teacher to coach to assistant principal to principal. I think he took over Paul Quinn College for a while and was the admin over there. They named this stadium after him, after a distinguished career in education. Part of the Jesse Owens complex here that was built back in 2005, and really about a $40 million complex between this stadium and the adjoining buildings. This is about a $40 million deal, and there are a lot of writers who follow the state of Texas and stadium construction and kind of say this is one of those early stadiums that fell into the beginning of the arms race about stadiums in this state. It's not opulent, it's not any of that, but it was high dollar, and it started the process towards the Allens and the McKinneys and some of the others that became much more expensive and upping the wow factor, if you will, around the state.
Well, the urban school districts have to share stadiums. They play games here during the regular season, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening.
We got a lightning strike.
Yeah, we got a lightning sighting, so we're back to a 30-minute restart of the clock. We've gotten down to about 15 minutes only to have it now pushed back to another 30 minutes. I don't know if you noticed when we came in this afternoon, the concourse area also is named at this stadium. It is the Freddie James Jr. concourse area. If you're not familiar with Freddie James, he was the head football coach at Dallas Carter, sometimes famous, sometimes infamous Dallas Carter that won a state championship in the mid to late 80s.
Let me ask you, would he be famous in Odessa?
He's probably a little infamous in Odessa, where the Mojo lost to him in the state semifinal in the year of the book Friday Night Lights. They lost to him in the state semifinal. I know in the movie they lose to him in the state finals, but in real life they lost to him in the state semifinals. But Freddie James is famous for two things. A, winning the state championship at Dallas Carter when Dallas Independent School District's teams just didn't win state anymore. And the other thing he was famous for was he always kept a Tootsie Pop in his jaw during the game. The Tootsie Pop was his trademark. And, in fact, in the movie Friday Night Lights, you see Freddie James with his trademark Tootsie Pop being portrayed by the actor who portrayed him. But it is the Freddie James Concourse here at John Kincaid Stadium, which I thought was pretty cool.
That's a fun fact. I like a fun fact.
Well, you know, when you got an hour to fill, you can come up with all types of fun facts.
Let's do this fun fact. Guys, we're talking about games that are also being played or under delay today. How about yesterday, for folks back in East Texas, the Carthage Bulldogs, who we've kind of passed off as the de facto state champions, whether they get there or not, had their Bulldog hands full with Glen Rose yesterday in what may be one of the great games this season.
Oh, I agree. I tell you what, those of us in East Texas who are a little snobbish about our football, you defeat a Gilmer and Texarkana Pleasant Grove on back-to-back weeks, you think you've won the state title. And typically the West Texas foe in recent years has just been kind of a afterthought game. Last night in the Star, Glen Rose gave Carthage all they could handle. With 8 seconds left to go, Carthage is able to push in the go-ahead touchdown, but it was a game in which Carthage trailed late in the game and had to score 2 touchdowns and come back to win that thing to punch their ticket to AT&T Stadium next weekend.
And as we're having this conversation concerning Aledo today, is Scott Surratt in Carthage, who keeps lining up championship trophies in the trophy case over in Carthage, and who now is in a state championship game again, and who probably will be a heavy favorite to win another. And it's an amazing story and turnaround for what has happened in Carthage since Scott Surratt's gotten there.
Well, and I would suspect that they're Longview fans this weekend because they'd like to catch up with Aledo and have 11 state titles. What are they sitting on, 9?
I think they're 9.
So, yeah, they'd love to get number 10 this year and maybe see Aledo go without one for once. But I'm sure folks in Carthage are rooting for the folks down the road in Longview anyway, but that gives them a little extra incentive today to root for Longview.
I knew that some of the Longview folks had posted about Go Bulldogs, that respect of teams in the area and just recognizing what some outstanding teams do. But a tip of the hat to Glen Rose, who I don't think anybody gave much more than a puncher's chance in that game last night, and as you said, down to the last couple of seconds, it took to get Carthage a victory yesterday, and maybe perked up some eyes about maybe Glenrose's a little better than we thought they were. What's building there?
Yeah, we've mentioned to you, Chuck and I don't have very good phone service right now. We've struggled to get scores. We know that Denton Guyer and DeSoto are playing north of Dallas at the Star in Frisco. We had been given a halftime score of 26-7 that DeSoto was out in front, surprisingly, of Guyer. We had also heard that there was a rain delay. I'm trying to think the other rain delay was over at maybe Ford Stadium in SMU. We'll have to check on that. But
I have nothing.
Let's see. Maybe we're going to get a little help here.
Help is on the way. How about DeSoto over Denton Guyer? Looks like a 19-point lead with 2 minutes left to go. And the Duncanville Prosper game hasn't even happened yet.
Yeah. Prosper, kind of a Johnny-come-lately in the 6A division. They are a booming suburb up a little west of Frisco, if you're curious about Prosper. And so they're up there in that Collin County, Denton County area that is just continuing to grow. But those are the two games in the area that were coinciding with this particular game.
And, of course, there was another one last night of some interest, and that was Argyle losing as they had come up to 5A for the first time in this last rotation of realignment.
They're giving the score we just gave. They're giving the DeSoto
47-28.
Which might have gotten a response from the crowd, but there is no crowd. I'm a little surprised that they're making the announcement on that.
Maybe it was for us because we couldn't find it.
Yeah,
they're listening to us.
Yeah, they're watching our
idiots.
broadcast and trying to give us some help.
But Argyle lost to South Oak Cliff yesterday.
The Golden Bears.
Yeah, and that was, I'm sure, a stressful environment. Boy, we got real wet behind us. Apparently the
the
storm blew in from the other side, and all of a sudden all around us it's very wet, which is a little surprising. We didn't see that coming. But anyway, Argyle losing to Sauk yesterday, coming up to 5. They run the table through 5A until they ran into the Bears. So they're not going to get a state championship at 5A. And for those of you who have been familiar with Argyle at all, and we are very familiar with them, having seen them play in a number of different things over the last years, there's no hurt feelings, I'm sure, to see Argyle not grab another quick championship at 5A, and some of the 5A teams bowing up a little bit and going, wait a minute now, you're new here and this is our thing, and good luck with that.
You're not quite ready.
You're not ready for that yet.
The bigger boys in 5A.
Well, we'll say that, and they may run the table next year and win everything because they are that way.
We sent Frank to the truck stop to get us some food, and he's returned empty-handed, and so a little disappointing that
you didn't give him money.
Our producer, I didn't give him a credit card if I thought he'd go get us something. Oh, China Springs, give us a China Springs score for last night. Who, by the
won.
way, they defeated Anna last week, so who'd they defeat this week? Taylor? Did she say Taylor?
Decatur.
Oh, Decatur from out west. Okay, yeah. So. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, big win for defending state champion China Springs, who was able to defeat Carthage last year and go on to Gilmer last year. That's right.
They moved up the division.
Yeah, that's right. So they went on and won state last year, and so having moved up.
All right, well, I'm going to flag down Frank here. We're at 20 minutes on the clock. I don't know if we're going to get a break here or not, but
we may have to take a break.
Potentially looks like we might. So we're going to take a couple-minute break. We're going to get it back to the video part of this. We're going to turn off the audio part of this for a couple minutes. Give us a minute to reset. We're in a lightning delay if you're just hopping on board. 17-14 the score. Aledo leading Longview. Lobos will have the ball when we get back onto the field. It'll be second down and about 16 to go for a first down with 56 seconds left. And they have been the longest 56 seconds. We're talking about NBA games in the last 2 minutes or so. This is the longest 56 seconds in high school football history. We're going to take a break. We'll come back here in a little bit. You are watching us here on the Longview Independent School District's presentation of Lobo football.
Welcome back. We are about 8 minutes away, we believe, from getting players back onto the field here at John Kincaid Stadium in Dallas in the state semifinal match between Longview High School and the Aledo Bearcats, Aledo, however you want to say it, Frank. But we see the tent of the Aledo cross country and track and field kind of collapsing under the rain. Maybe that's an omen if you're a Longview fan and you're looking for something to inspire you. The rain has been so much. And we just got a fresh 30. So we were down to 8 minutes, and now someone has spotted lightning. And you sure it's not the tower over there, Frank, that we see flashing?
If it were up to me, that's exactly what I would say.
But we have just now gotten a fresh 30 minutes put back onto the clock. We just wanted to tie back in with you folks who are hanging with the broadcast that, as you said, better than dead air.
That's right. There are quite a few people hanging on, and we apologize. Obviously, it's way out of our control, but we do not want to leave you for fear that we may not be able to come back and bring you the last 56 seconds and what we hope will be the most exciting 56 seconds of the Lobo season.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. It's an opportunity to
I'll just put it to you this way. If you miss what's going to happen, we don't want to be the reason.
Yeah,
right?
we don't want
That's
to be
your decision to make.
Yeah, if you made that decision and got in the car and went back to Gray County, that's your doing, but it wasn't on us. But Lobos are 55 minutes from glory. They are second and about 15 or 16 yards for a first down and 56 seconds on clock. No timeouts left for the Lobos, but a lot of hope and desire that the Lobos can figure out a way. Only need 3 points to tie this thing up. We remind you it's a 17-14 ball game. And if they can get close enough and put field goal through the goalposts, then we'll play some overtime.
What's interesting right now is they don't actually have the clock moving at the moment.
Yeah, that's a little disturbing.
Sitting at 30 minutes. Hopefully that'll get rolling very soon.
Interesting is not the choice of word I would have made there. Maybe frustratingly.
Yeah.
But that's the voice of Katie Baker you're hearing. She's helping us with our down and distance and clock tonight, bringing that to the broadcast. Hopefully that helped you guys a little bit this evening, kind of keep things, keep you in the clear a little more than we normally do on road games. She's done an excellent job. I'm probably a little biased with that opinion.
Well, we got to enjoy. Chuck and I got to visit with Katie at the break, and we teachers are a fraternity sorority unto itself,
Yeah.
and so we get excited anytime we can do something for kids, and this is certainly something we do for the love of these young people that get out here and compete and make Friday Night Lights so exciting. And now, as it turns to dark, we have Saturday Night Lights.
You know what? I don't want to put this to a poll because I'm afraid of what the answer would be, but what if we just turned the camera on us? Right? We're used to it.
No.
I mean, they made rather see that than just a blank football field.
I disagree 100%.
That's what I said. I don't want to ask the fans.
As a man who has a face for radio, I'm going to say that is not the case. We are
in your rain jacket.
I look like a crossing guard out in front of the school in the morning. If I had one of those little flashing stop signs, I might be able to pick up another side hustle. But no, right now I think everybody's bundled up, trying to stay warm. As it's getting a little cooler now that the sun's going down, and so mix that with all the rain in the air. It's not the best of conditions here at Kincaid Stadium.
With that said, though, I feel like at the moment it's still raining, but it's not raining as hard as it was earlier, and the wind has died down a bit.
Sure. As far as playing conditions go, this is probably the best we've had all night.
Absolutely.
I agree. We've had some big rains. We've had some sizable winds, but right now we have less rain, and the flags have simply gone limp. And if you're Longview, who went to the locker room with a stiff wind in your face, now you could come back out without that. And particularly considering the need of 3 points, that could be a major storyline as we go into the end of this ball game.
And I just switched to a camera view of the parking lot, and less than 200 yards away from us, it is absolutely coming a downpour out there in front of that poor Winnebago. So
you don't want to go out to the parking lot. It's wet out there.
Yeah. So it may not be quite as juicy conditions as we thought.
All right, tell us more. You haven't had enough airtime.
Oh,
You
no.
need something to talk about.
Yeah, you need to bring it, girl.
I don't really know what I can add. You and Chuck were doing such a great job earlier. It'll be very interesting to come back out and see what the Lobos have up their sleeve. They have to get, what, about 25 yards to get within field goal range?
Yeah, I'd say at least. A little different from when we left because we were thinking they had to at least get to the 20-yard line. You could probably get a fighting chance to get one through now. I don't know if you got it to the 30. I tell you what, they just don't kick a lot of field goals. That has not been something we've seen Longview do a lot this year. We remind everybody the quarterback, the second-string quarterback, is the deep snapper on punts and on extra points. Tut, who we don't get to talk about a lot because he usually is in mop-up duties in football games, but he does a great job as a deep snapper, which is, nobody thinks about you until nights like tonight.
Yes, exactly, and how important it is. We received a text message from Keaton Daniels, one of our other Longview
on-field correspondent. How about that?
There we go. And he said that a few Lobos were up and warming up, but then we let them know that they've added 30 minutes to the clock. So I don't know if that's going to continue.
And like you said, the clock isn't moving anymore.
No,
so
it's not.
Which could mean
and
that
I haven't seen a lightning strike in quite some time. So
yeah, I wonder if the no starting of the clock means that they could just say, let's get back out here at some point.
And
we have something happening across the way. Fans are coming into the stadium. I just noticed that. That makes sense. The clock is no longer moving. We may have reached our goal.
Oh, this would be excellent.
Those are Lobo fans you see piling into the.
I wouldn't say piling in yet, but they're trickling.
Trickling. All right. Well,
But
now they can see, so you determine whether that's piling in or trickling in. Either way, those are Lobo fans coming out to take their seats, and I wonder.
And like we said, conditions right now are the best they've been since the lightning delay, the original one.
Yes. If you were going to say you've got 10 minutes right now to do it, this is pretty optimum conditions considering everything that's around us.
And, again, we really appreciate you hanging back on with us. It looks like a ton of you have. And I don't blame you. You don't want to leave this and not know when we're back on. So hang tight just a little bit longer. I promise I will be off this headset before you know it.
We'll get Chuck back in here to describe what may be 56 seconds of the grandest history in Lobo football.
If they do complete this comeback, you don't want my voice to be the one that they remember it with.
No,
I promise.
No, I'm going to have to just remember to shut up and let him paint the picture.
Me too.
But we are hanging in here and doing our best to make sure we bring you the end of this one. It's been a tremendous football game. You look at the score, 17-14, and you think it may have been boring. It has been anything but boring all afternoon as both teams have showed their championship pedigree this afternoon and now into the early evening here in the Metroplex.
And the Lobo side is definitely fans are starting to enter into the stadium once again, but right now I don't see many Aledo fans.
No, they
coming inside.
There are still cars behind us in their parking lot, but I don't know. But
well, those fans don't have the luxury of a broadcast to know when it's time to come back in the stadium like ours.
Yeah, their broadcast may have given up on the one they paid for. Might not have stuck with it for all we know. But I will say this: if you're a Longview fan coming back in, do you go run for midfield or do you go to get down there around the goal line to where you could be?
Gray area, right?
Yeah. Where do you go sit?
What is the right thing to do?
Yeah.
Some might be going to the restroom.
Yeah, that's true. They may just need a break.
It's been a long
Which
delay.
I wish you hadn't have brought that up. There's others here that may need that soon as well as we look around. But right now, this is pretty good condition. Someone's actually come around to get the water off of the Bearcats pop-ups that they use at the track meets that we talked about earlier. They were in bad shape due to the heavy rains, but people are beginning to mill around. I would say that.
I was about to say more event staff are up and around.
Well, if you're looking for positive developments for the Lobos, Tony, the stage has been set. Like the script is being written here for an all-timer if we can complete this comeback.
I agree. It's if you can imagine having coaches on both sides, having had this, what are we looking at, about an hour and a half now?
Oh, gosh, at least.
Yeah, about an hour and a half delay to have all those brains and all just spinning going, what can we do? We've got to move the ball. How can we get there? And then you've got defensive coaches from Aledo thinking, how do we stop them? What if they come out in this? What are we going to do? So all of a sudden light has come on around us. I hope that's a good sign. Frank, tell us something good.
Well, it looks like
Something good. It looks like we have a ton of Lobo fans in the crowd.
Yeah, it looks like they're finding their seats.
Absolutely. And I'm waiting for the locker room doors are starting to open down here on the Aledo side of things. So looks
There's
like
hope.
we're close to having football for you. And I haven't
Sounds of
seen a
hope.
lightning strike in a while. The radar doesn't show any red, so we're in good shape for a bit, it appears.
To remind you, this broadcast is being brought to you by the Longview ISD. They have gone to a lot of trouble to get their fans. Did you get any of that?
Sorry, there was an announcement at the stadium regarding probably an update, but
It's too muffled for us.
Yeah,
I was
none
going to say, I
of us could
felt like
understand it.
I was on a New York subway in the way that came across. I couldn't understand a thing. So we'll see if we can get a translator for the PA announcer. Well, Chuck Zach is trying to tell Frank something here.
I believe Chuck said that he thought he heard the announcer say we're still in a shelter in place for the time being. But
Well, that's probably to tell the folks from Longview
to slow down.
Yeah, not be in that big a hurry to get back in here.
I can't imagine they open the floodgate and let them in
I
if
know.
the case is we're still in a delay. There's no timer. So
Well, that would mean that someone's manning the gate at this point. I'm not so
Yeah.
sure if the DISD employees haven't gone to the house.
I can confirm they are on this side of the
I'm going to turn the speaker over to Chuck here.
So if I have to point out, there's a crew of people that we appreciate everything they've done for us, but I do feel bad for them. The Dallas ISD folks that are putting this game on, they're going to be here late, and it's a Saturday, and I know it's their job, but I do feel bad for those folks because, they've got lives just like everyone else.
There's a controversy brewing right now. You'll notice on our camera, you're seeing on the Longview side of the field that they're letting fans in or have allowed them to come in. You'll notice there's nobody on the field on the Aledo side because at the moment at the gate below us, they're blocking them and saying you aren't allowed back in. And they just announced over the PA we're still in the shelter in place, which is what you get when you get lightning.
It sounds like maybe they just
Go confirm
opened.
for us. So we're going to send our correspondent to see. We heard a cheer and some cowbells.
So we actually are seeing the clock still set at 30. They have not moved the clock, and I know you've said that may be the 30 minutes to get back on the field thing, but that's been the lightning indicator, and they haven't moved that countdown in about 10 minutes. And they're not letting the
All clear has not sounded. You need to remain in your vehicle.
Yep, they're still telling people. I don't know how the Longview folks got in.
Well, if I know Longview folks, they were getting in whether they want them to or not.
There's a bunch of them that have made their way to the concourse, and some are obviously sitting down in their seats now, back on the stands. But
And now they are headed back out, unfortunately.
PA
Oh, my
folks are
goodness.
telling them, no, that clock hasn't started until that clock that we see hits 0, and it's still sitting at 30. And now they've stopped the count completely. They haven't reset it and done over and over again. And we heard reports that they were getting the players warmed up in the locker room, getting ready to come out, but that's not necessarily good information because the PA guy here keeps saying, nope, shelter in place. And now the Longview fans are having to vacate their side of the stadium. I noticed one thing when I left the mic and let you guys have it for a couple of minutes, and that is the last play was the sack of Jordan Allen that seemed to happen forever ago on the first down play. And because he didn't get rid of the football and he didn't get out of bounds and the clock was still running, the Lobos were looking to try to take the timeout. Well, the referees stopped the game, and so they still hold that one timeout they have left.
That's huge. That is absolutely huge.
They may have gotten a huge break on that, considering with this 56 seconds left and still trying to, if we ever get this game going again and talk about football, they're still trying to get to that first down and or field goal and or touchdown. And it looked like they had blown their last time out and no more chances to stop the clock and maybe got this weather delay break. And we said during the broadcast, the what if kind of things. Well, here's the what if. That timeout sits in the Lobos' pockets. John King's got that one more chance to stop the clock, which opens up the middle of the field again.
It does, yeah.
If you don't get a chance to get a first down and you use middle of the field, you still have a chance to play that part of it. Because right now your playbook is from the numbers out.
Mm-hmm.
Now you actually brought it from the numbers back in again with a chance to, we can take a middle of the field chance to a middle screen or something like that, that if we don't get the 16 yards and we get 14, We don't have to run up and try to waste it down and spike it, or we don't have to take a play we don't necessarily want. We have time to stop it and maybe think about how we want to get that first down and move forward. So put that in the back of your minds. When we come back and actually do football, we'll talk about that some more, but that's still sitting there as maybe a bit of something good coming out of that at the end, because Jordan Allen's sack was a bad before we left to the break.
Hopefully the Lobos get out here pretty quickly, because these are by far the most advantageous playing conditions we've seen since we've been here today. The wind seems to have died down a little bit. The rain is just trickling down.
Well, it's still
Sure,
still misting down.
It's not on our equipment blowing sideways. So.
No, but it's getting colder.
Yes.
We're starting to see the temperature start coming down. We knew tonight's high was going to be somewhere in the low 50s, mid 50s. That was the high for tomorrow.
I'm going to stop you there. We didn't know that. Clearly,
well,
I'm not prepared for that.
Well, I'm wearing a
One
windbreaker.
Of us did, yeah.
But anyway, for tonight, tomorrow, this is about the high. As it starts working its way down after this front gets past us, it's cold on the other side. So we're starting to see some of that temperature dropping. The wind has diminished a little bit, but it's back and forth and up and down. And right now, flags inside the stadium on the end where the Lobos would be heading seem to be laying limp. On the other side, they're kind of swirling, and you can maybe hear them in the microphones a little bit, that the wind's starting to pick up again in little spurts here and there. But they haven't even moved the clock yet. It's still stuck at 30.
Sure. And we'll try not to hit you with any dead air moving forward. So even if it's just me,
Singing.
Katie, or Lizzie, we
sing.
We appreciate your loyalty. Chuck, every single viewer we had when this delay started is still with us.
How do you know that? How do you know every single viewer is still with us?
We may have lost one specific viewer and gained another, but numbers-wise, we were right where we were when we left. So they're all hanging with us, and I don't blame them. This is not something you want to
I'm willing to bet you my wife has signed off. I'm willing to bet you it's not every single viewer still with us.
Number-wise, yes. Maybe your wife left, but we replaced her with someone who's just left the DeSoto game, right? Wanted to check in on this one.
Exactly. Anyway, we're at 17-14. It has been. I don't even know what time this rain delay started. Anybody look at what time it started?
I did not.
I'm thinking we're getting close to probably an hour and 45 minutes.
We may be. Yeah, we're pushing up close to the 2-hour mark of a rain delay that is, everything's riding on this. That's why nobody's left. I say nobody. That's why the majority of people here haven't left, because everything's riding. You want to go next week. You want to be in AT&T Stadium. You want to have that championship game experience. You want to have the chance to lift that last trophy and be on the field where the Cowboys play and in the locker room where the Cowboys dress and all the fun stuff that comes. I've been there two times. I've been there 2 times for championship games in that stadium, and it's amazing fun. It's an amazing experience for kids who get a chance to be there, for coaches who get a chance to be there. There's nothing else like it. Tony and I talk about this all the time, that in the midst of everything else that happens in the state of Texas, winning a state championship in football or UIL academics or band or theater or a drill team or whatever it is, there's nothing else like it. It is such a difficult thing to do. Lobo fans, you know it. 37 to 18 is a long time. You know how hard that wait is to get your kids a chance to be down in there, and as fans to go down there and watch them and support them. There's nothing cooler than being in that stadium for that game that weekend.
Well, in East Texas this past week, we had a local team, Harmony, who made it to the 5th round for the first time. Well, I think it's the first time in school history that they made it past the 2nd round. So to make it to a state game, it means something.
So I've got a positive development. Not only is the timer moving, it's at 12 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So what they were doing is they were keeping it on the sly, and somebody forgot to turn it back on the board.
That's what happened.
I like that. But we are certainly getting a cold wind starting to blow again now.
Sure. And I'll gladly trade that for no lightning.
But, I'm getting a weird direction of this wind.
It's swirling.
It doesn't look like it's coming right out of the north into what would have been the Lobos' faces as they would come back on offense. It looks like it's kind of a swirly wind, and that may be even more trouble if you're having to kick a football.
And right now, I don't think it's raining at all.
Well, I'm seeing still up in the lights.
A little mist.
Yeah, it's more misty up in the lights, and we're starting to see some of the water draining off the south end of the football field a little bit. So some of that's starting to dissipate too.
So Chuck, momentum-wise, who does a break like this benefit if at either team? You know what I mean?
The team in the lead.
You think so?
Oh yeah. Seriously, it's the team in the lead. You basically are not in the state of desperation, the other team is. And so their movements have to be fast. Their movements.
It is official. We are at 11 minutes, according to the PA
So
guy.
I would think the advantage is the team in the lead. Whether you're the offense or the defense, the team in the lead with 56 seconds and this hugely long break and a wet football and a windy condition and
the most pressure you've ever felt in your entire life,
the most pressure you've ever felt. Jordan Allen's about to walk back on the field, and he's going to have to come out and make some throws that a year ago I think a lot of people would have been, oh my gosh, can Jordan do this? A year later, 25 touchdowns later, 3 interceptions only on the season later, I think people have a lot different look at Jordan Allen than they did a year ago. And for a guy who took a lot of heat from social media last year, has a chance to cement his place in this school's history in the 56 seconds that are about to ensue when we get back on the field. There's a ton of pressure on this young man, but you want to win a state championship, you embrace the pressure, and it's your moment. You either make it your moment or it crumbles you because it's too much.
Well, Coach King, you can tell he has so much respect for what Jordan Allen has done this year and how much progress.
Speaking of Coach King, he has made his way out of the den, and there we are looking at him with that camera on him. Yeah,
Coach King is on the field.
Didn't mean to interrupt you there, Katie, but that is a good sign.
Yeah, he don't like to get wet, so if he's out, that's a good thing.
Sure.
And it looks like maybe coaches might be walking up to join the press box.
That's exactly where they're headed. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So, and back to Jordan Allen. On the flip side, there's also an opportunity to figure out just exactly what this young man's made of. This is a moment that all of us, when we're kids, we grew up in the backyard, counting down, state title on the line, 30 yards to go. Like it's that time. He's got a shot, like you said, to become an absolute Lobo legend. And luckily for him, it's never going to go away. So you're going to get to watch this for the rest of your life if you can pull this off. So I'm rooting for the kid.
Boy, now I got a lot of pressure on me. I didn't feel it before, but thanks.
Oh, yeah, Chuck, it's
there for everybody to see forever.
If they pull this off, your voice is going to just rattle through that school for the next 50 years.
See, now I'm nervous. I was okay until that. Now I'm all nervous again.
Think about the legacy, Chuck.
That's right. It's all the legacy. It's all about the legacy. We got 8.5 minutes left on the clock as they're counting it down. That is great news as we try to get this game back underway. Chuck, Zach, Frank sides, Tony Kirk on color. He's getting himself, I guess, dried up after he used the restroom, whatever. So we're going to get ready to get back at it. Katie and Lizzie Baker with us as well have been helping out with the hopefully the new addition that folks have enjoyed, which has certainly been a thing we've been fighting with on road games all year long, getting you a clock and getting you a down and distance thing up on the screen. And Frank and the Bakers have basically worked their magic today to learn this quickly, get it operational, and keep it pretty darn accurate throughout this game. And it still says 56, so they didn't break anything. So that's good stuff, too.
Didn't
Don't
accidentally hit the space bar.
Yeah. Oops, it says 55. No, just kidding.
There's Keaton Daniels himself. We got a view of the legend himself walking out of the Lobo locker room. That's also a good sign.
Yeah. We get some Aledo Bearcats out there, and in fact, here they are starting to mull around. It looks like the JV players in particular. They booted them out of the locker room and told them to go get the bench area cleaned back up again, or they're ready for the varsity to start having their serious conversation. And as a coach, now you get to hit reset on your message. You had your pregame message. You had your halftime message. You usually figure you're going to have one last time to talk to your kids. That's going to be at the end of a game. Well, now all of a sudden you got a 2-hour delay to be able to have another message. And you're managing emotions. You're trying to manage kids who are nervous. You're managing kids who, I'm sure Taylor Tatum's got the weight of the world on him. He had a fumble in the fourth quarter of this game that looms large, that you don't want him to be, oh my God, I ruined this, I blew this. Anybody that made a mistake is going to feel like that mistake is their fault, that the team isn't winning at the moment. So you're trying to get rid of all that, clean all that out of there, refocus them a little bit, chill them back down, and then as you get to a place where we're ready to get them back on the field, build them back up again, and hopefully you don't have a last delay as you try that, because we're doing an emotional roller coaster in a locker room right now. For the Aledo kids, they felt they were 56 seconds away from going to the state game. And all of a sudden that 56 seconds turns into 2 hours and 56 seconds. And so for those guys, same thing. You got to get back on an even keel. This game isn't over. You got to go out and finish it. For the Lobos, this is a chance to take it back, Because at halftime, it looked like you were on your way to the state championship. So your coaching staff's been doing a lot of work the last 2 hours to get kids' minds cleared and then built back up again, and then focusing on what you want to do these last probably 5 plays of this game. This game is coming down to 5 last plays, you would think, in these 56 seconds.
Yeah, and I suspect, and I've asked Coach about this on numerous occasions, this is probably the toughest part of a coach's job.
And here we go.
These moments here. And
how
you can
about
see
that sign?
We've got Lobos coming out of the locker room.
Yes.
We're going to start to get the players out here. I don't know how much time they're going to give them to warm up. They're going to get the fans back in here now. There's 5.5 minutes left on the lightning delay. I'm sure they're going to let the players out here first and try to run through their paces. Yeah, all right, so they're opening the gates on the Aledo side. That's probably the cheer you're hearing because those people have been standing outside the gate, and for the longest time we're pointing across the field going, they're letting them in. Well, now they're starting to finally let the Bearcat fans in, and I would expect that means you're going to get, obviously, Lobo fans making their way out of the cars now. So if you're listening to this in your car, it's time to start making your way back toward the gates because the Lobos are heading back on the field, the Bearcats are heading back on the field, and after what has been a painfully anguishing delay, we may, if we can get 4:45 counted off that last 30 minutes of the lightning delay, we're going to get back to some football.
Couldn't happen soon enough.
Maybe not an 11 o'clock start. That'll be good news to you.
11 o'clock start would have been amazing this morning. Yes, that would have been great news. Not 11 o'clock p.m., though.
Not great news for the crew that had to set all this up, unfortunately. That'd have been I'd have left the house at 4:30 this morning.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have been here until whatever time tonight. All right, well, we got fans starting to make their way back to the seats on the Aledo side. They're starting to get back in the gates on the Lobo side. We're going to get Tony Kirk a microphone here and get ready to rock back to another football game, or hopefully the last 56 seconds of this one. We're going to turn down the mics here in just a sec. Oh, you're going to just do it that way. We'll do a manual switch this way, and we'll get you ready to roll.
Yeah, I had a little mini pep rally going back out over here. They weren't letting the Bearcat fans back in. We kept wondering why we'd see Longview fans and we weren't seeing any Bearcat fans.
Yeah.
People were manning the gates, not allowing the Bearcat fans back in, but the everybody's coming on back in now, and there's a little extra excitement in there, to be honest.
Well, now you got to warm up, and we got to get guys stretched back out again. And I'll be honest with you, if I'm a Longview defensive player, I'm like, really, Coach? Can I stay in here and just stay warm and dry? But they're going to get them all back out, and they're going to go through their pregame routine like they normally would. So that's what you're seeing. You're wondering, why aren't we lining up and going? They're going to let them warm back up like they normally would. We're going to start a game that's going to last 56 seconds and maybe even more if we get overtime, but we're going to line it back out like we normally would. I doubt they'll do the whole passing thing and all that practice, but they're going to at least let the players get their bodies warmed back up again. On the sideline, I'm looking at Haas Haney, who's already over here warming up like he's about to go back and throwing the football just in case. If this thing goes to an overtime, they're not going to have time to get back out and do this. So everybody is approaching it as though, here we go. So stretch time, we're going to give them a few minutes to do that. We'll give the crowd a few minutes to get back in here and get their seats. I would expect probably when they zero out the lightning clock, that will then
put a clock on, maybe 10 minutes on it or something, get everybody ready. Officials right now have returned to the field, so they're back out. They're doing some stretching themselves.
Oh, are they?
As they're getting ready.
See, I didn't stretch before we got back up here.
Well,
I'm feeling a little
I
nervous
took a little
now.
stroll and stretched my legs, and so I don't know what was being said about me in my absence, but I
you know what was said.
I felt the need to take a stroll. Yeah. So either way, I'm ready for overtime. That's what I prepared for.
Oh, I'm ready for them to go 50 yards and win this thing in regulation.
Boy, that would just make me upset if I didn't get to do overtime.
Really?
If I had to watch a Longview win in regulation, that would just really upset.
Well, look at this. This referee is really doing the sprint. He's got 30 and 40. You guys can't see it on the camera because it's pointed towards the Lobos, but we got one official.
I'm telling you, you could get a calendar out right now and time him, but yeah, he's getting loose.
He did the whole 100.
Yeah, he did, and
look at I'm impressed.
Yeah, he is, and now he's either winded or saying a prayer. I'm not sure, but either way, now everybody's getting warmed up. We don't know how long this is going to go. We know there's about 1:15 left on the delay clock. We've got people coming back in on both sides, and they're returning to wet seats. But, hey, why would you sit down? You're just going to stand the rest of the time anyway. I believe I could stand for
56 seconds.
56 seconds, overtime period, whatever. I believe I've been sitting in the car for 2 hours. Just let me stand up. I'm just glad to be back in here.
You know, see, these fans are smarter than you are. They took their seat cushion with them. Their seat cushion's dry. They're going to come back. They're going to walk. They're going to wipe off the seat. They're going to put down the dry cushion, and they're going to be comfortable. They know what they're doing. This is not a rookie crowd.
I'll tell you what, I've been to hundreds of high school football games. I don't know if I've ever felt this type of atmosphere 2 hours after a delay. I've just never been to anything like this.
Yeah, this has been a unique experience, no question. All right, well, they have put 10 minutes up on the clock. Promise that's not lightning delay 10 minutes. That's warm-up time 10 minutes. So if you are at home and you are wondering when are they going to start this thing, in 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes to go to the bathroom, to do whatever it is you're going to do. Get back to wherever you can see this, because in now 9.5 minutes, we're going to line up 2nd down and 16. And I said it while you were off the mic. You were in the restroom, I assume. The advantageous thing was the last play, the sack of Jordan Allen, the Longview Lobos were getting ready to take a timeout. We talked about the fact the clock had stretched out and they were going to take the timeout. The delay let him keep the one timeout.
Wow, that's huge.
So that's one of the things that we kind of paid attention to an hour and a half after we noticed that timeout's still sitting up on the scoreboard. So John King and crew got a little bit of a break, and I don't even know if they're going to go the full 10 minutes. I mean, it feels like the offense is ready to take the field now.
Some folks, if you know kinfolk who are wanting to watch this, we got teams getting to the middle of the field like we're about to play some football.
All right, well, away we go. They're counting down on the clock, but I don't think the Lobos care. They're ready to go.
Well,
the Bearcats are ready to go.
They're getting well, and if you wonder why they want to be at the line of scrimmage, they're going to crank this clock. This was a official stoppage of time. They want to be at the line ready to go. They've had 2 hours to decide what the play's going to be.
Yeah. Well,
now they want to get in here and be ready. When they crank the clock, they want to be ready to go.
Well, they stopped the 8-minute or 10-minute countdown. They slapped the 56 seconds back on there. And how about we play out 56 seconds of football without lightning? 2nd down and 16. Welcome back. Chuck, Zach, and Tony Kirk with you. Hopefully you didn't...
Well, we're waiting on the white hat. He wasn't ready to go.
And now he is. And now he cranks the clock. Let's see, we're going to get to the line of scrimmage. When they get there, they'll start the clock. And away we go. 2nd down and 16. Jordan Allen back to pass. He's looking deep. He's trying to air one to Hale, and it's the wrong side of Jordan. Or Jalen, rather, incomplete. He's asking for a flag. He's not getting that one. And now it's 3rd and 16.
All the credit in the world to our buddy Morgan Smith. It's exactly the play he called. Morgan said they're going to throw it to Hale. They did. They came out, and it was a Hail Mary type throw down the middle of the field. Wasn't there. They've got 2 downs to pick up 15, 16 yards here.
3rd down and 16. There's 49 seconds on the clock. Find Hale. He's at the top of the screen. Jordan Allen back to pass. Johnson staying in the pass block. He's got to get rid of it and throws it out of bounds, and the Lobos are down to their last play if they can't get a 1st down.
Yeah, Washington was in the game on the near side here on the press box side, and his defender had backed way off of him. There was 1st down yardage to be found there. Unfortunately, Jordan Allen never was able to get set and look down the field. It's one play left here, folks.
43 seconds left. Reese, Washington near side. Hale, Hawkins far side. I don't see Taylor Tatum. Here we go. 4th down. They need 16. Allen got the pass tipped at the line of scrimmage. It's caught by a Lobo lineman. It's not going to matter. And Aledo's going to win this game.
An unfortunate tip pass will end the hopes and dreams of the 2022 Lobos. Allen had dropped back. A defender got their hand on it. Offensive lineman called it. A bittersweet final offensive play for the Lobos.
Tavion Morgan actually gets a reception on the final offensive play for Longview, and Now the Bearcats just need to kneel down twice.
They've got their defensive safety in the game playing behind the quarterback. They are in victory formation.
The snap to Haney, he'll take the knee. Longview, are they going to take a timeout? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, they did. They take their last one with 26 seconds left.
They're going to bring their defense over to talk to them.
All right, well, you got one more left. Lobos out of timeouts, not going to take them. Are they going to take them or not? John King's coming out and saying, nope, we're not taking the timeout.
He said, crank the clock.
That's it. Well, it was almost a 2-hour rain delay and a 56-second window left to play, and the Lobos could not get the first down. We'll count out the last 10 seconds, and an amazingly fun season comes to a horrifically disappointing ending as Longview will suffer their first loss of the season here in the state semifinals. They'll finish the year with a record of 14-1. The Aledo Bearcats are moving into the state championship game next Saturday. We'll know their opponent later on tonight, but 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, they're going to play for us, or again, next Saturday morning, they're going to play for a state championship. And for John King and this group of Lobos, just a disappointing end. A couple of big plays, a punt that was dropped and a first down was gained from it, a fumble going down towards the end zone, and then a series of 4 straight, really either incomplete pass, tip pass, sack of the quarterback on the last series at the 44-yard line. The Lobos couldn't pick up a yard. It never gave Michael Fields a chance, and just a gut-wrenching, sad loss today.
You talked about the top of the broadcast. Longview had never played Aledo. Longview is feeling now what almost a dozen other teams have felt, is Aledo has become the premier football program in the state of Texas. You mentioned their 11 state championships. Unfortunately, for the first time, Longview feels like it. The pain is when you play Aledo. They feel it up close and personal.
Well, we'll give you the stat rundown here real fast. I don't know that you care that much, but we're going to get out of here in a hurry. Aledo had 15 first downs, 287 yards of total offense. The Lobos 11 first downs, 230 yards of total offense. With the football today, Hawk Daniels went for 11 carries, 110 yards. Haas Henry went for 20 carries and 56 yards. On the other side for the Lobos, Taylor Tatum, 21 carries, 53 yards. And a couple of fumbles today, one on a bad pitch to him on a wet football, one that he dropped. Quarterback Jordan Allen, 8 of 13, 143 yards and a couple of scores. Haas Haney went 8 for 15, 74 yards, 2 picks. Jalen Pope with 5 catches for Aledo. Jalen Hale, his final game as a Lobo, 5 receptions, 117 yards, and 2 touchdowns as he heads his way to the University of Alabama. We wish him the best of luck there. And a record-setting season and career for Jalen comes to an end. And a Longview team that was number 1 all the way until the 10th of December will see that title, that ranking rather, to the Aledo Bearcats at the end of this state semifinal game.
Thank you to the students of Longview ISD who worked so hard to bring this broadcast to the viewers for the last 2 weeks, and for the administration, Longview ISD, who helped make this happen.
Well, and we appreciate everybody so much. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. I know you didn't enjoy the ending, but hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast. We'll be back with you again next season. For the folks here at Longview Independent School District